Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to Bob Plays Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts on Legendary difficulty. Tonight we are going to be refitting captured enemy ships, and I'll be hanging out on Discord if people want to show up. Actually, maybe it'll be fun to record a small video for this also, so I'll start a separate recording as well. Alright, so we have a bunch of captured enemy ships, and for whatever reason I cannot build new ships. Probably because I'm in uncontrollable debt because of a game bug. So, we have a bunch of enemy ships here, and I think we're going to start by building out a battleship. So I want to see what enemy battleships we have. We've got this Charles Martel that we captured. We have this Condorcet, and that one's kind of a big one. And then we also have this other, where'd it go? That one's only 11,000 tons. So, let's try doing, let's do this Condorcet first. This is going to be a big one. And this actually looks kind of interesting. It's going to be one of the captured French ships, I think. So, let's go do that first. So we're going to view this. And you can capture enemy ships, you just can't, and you can refit them. Oh, that's interesting. That's a very interesting design. You just can't do... you just can't build more of them. And you don't get the tech that you took over. So if we look at what this guy's got, I mean, 18 knots, not great. It's okay. Many bulkheads, it's better than they usually do. I don't know why they determine how they do this. I like having smaller quarters because getting all the crews difficult. I usually like a big draught and a narrow beam. We can change that in a bit. Compound armor, basic steam. This looks like an older ship, but it's big. The nice thing is it's big. It's apparently got like the minimum displacement for whatever its size allows. And it's got these 13.1 inch guns on and 12.6 inch guns. I'm not sure. It's got 4 12.6 inch guns. These are single guns up on the side there. That's a bold choice. We're going to do a lot of changes to this thing. It's going to take a long time to rebuild. So first off, everything is upset when we build this out. Now, first we have to decide what are we going to use this thing for. I mean, I'm stuck right now that I can't build new ships. I need tonnage for invasion, but a few things that we're going to definitely do. We're going to drop the crew quarters. We don't need a lot of that. I want to make it big, so I'm going to give it more draught. And I want to maximize the bulkheads. I want this thing to go 21 knots if possible, or at least 20. That might be hard. So let's go give it tech and see if we can drop the weight. Crump armor. Want an unbalanced rudder. So we want reinforced bulkheads, because the bulkheads are probably the most important part of the ship, because that keeps all the bad things from happening. And we've got these, like this 8.6 inch gun up front. We're going to drop that. And I really don't want these large wing guns, because they're just a bit much. So let's go ahead and drop these. This 13 inch gun in the back. It's a Mark II. We can do something with that. We've got all these little gun turrets up here. So it looks like this is a fixed piece of equipment. I can't do anything about that. So can we move this back? We want to move the main tower back as far as we can. And we can scooch that in a little bit, see if we can Now I wonder if it's possible to move it further back if we get rid of those guns. Probably not. No, I think that's what we're stuck with. And now this is a front tower 6, and that looks like it's the best we can get. Your front tower is super important because that's what gives you your spotting. And this is why I usually like the best front tower I can get. Now your rear tower, and these are all just like big chunky guns that are just taking up space, and they're not really... The rear tower's not super important. And these extra funnels there, let's see if we can do 21 knots. I think we can. We might even be able to do 22. Yeah, we'll have to figure out the armor and other things. Oh yeah, first off we want Conic 2, or the Coincidence 2, we want the radio. We want to go with TNT, it's good for battleships, it doesn't explode very much. We want to go with our increased ammo. And I'm probably going to do semi-armor piercing. We want to go maximum high explosive, because we're mostly fighting small ships. So we're going to be gearing this to mostly fight small ships. And we want to be relatively fast. We're doing a lot of minor nation stuff, where we want to be able to run away from battles we don't want. So, most of our ships are going 21 knots. Now we could reduce the beam down, and maybe that'll help, or maybe we jack the beam up. So if we jack the beam up, we only have, 1,300 tons of free space. If we jack it down, we have 3,000 or so tons of free space. And we might even be able to get this going even faster if we do that. So we want to make sure we have enough deck armor and all this stuff. Now, as far as our funnels go, let's see what kind of funnels we have. This is a short enhanced funnel 3. 6.5, and this one's a 7.3 for more weight. We might try just taking that off, and that fits in there. That's a possibility. Now also, we're gonna, if we put these 3.4-inch guns back, these are some nice gun turrets here. There's a lot of forward weight offset, which I'm not sure how I want to deal with that yet. Now one of the things, I'm going to drop these turrets off real quick, and it's a Cruiser Secondary Tower 3, which I'm not sure what the benefit, 2.5 accuracy, 2.2 accuracy, or it's a 2, it's a 3, it's a 2, 2.5, and 3. So I'm not really sure what's the benefit of these. It weighs less. That has better damage control. So other than that, it seems to be mostly a damage control thing, and there's some weight. Now sometimes you can take these towers, you can put them in different places. And so what we might try doing is, like, we could put this cruiser tower, we could put it right here if we wanted, in the middle. And the reason you consider doing that is sometimes you can take a barbette and you can put something like right up here, and then you can get extra guns. Which we might be able to put barbettes in the middle also. And this might be kind of useful too. So we're going to explore some options for putting in some barbettes where they have these, because we might be able to put some other secondary guns here. So like, we could take some, let's just say arbitrarily 8-inch guns that has a really bad fire arc, for example. If we go with a 5-inch gun, so this middle thing has a bad fire arc. You can go a tall barbette, for example. Oh, this seems to... We can put a tall barbette there. Now that might be interesting. So if we were to put... That still has kind of a bad fire arc. So we can play around some of the barbettes and find interesting things to do. It looks like that's our only option. It won't let us put any barbettes anywhere else. We could put something here. It won't let us do... I really love these wide barbettes, but they haven't been working recently since the new patch. So I think they're... something might have happened to them. But maybe it's worth putting this little... Now if we were to put this further back here... Now it could also be that these boats are just getting... Yeah, those boats are getting in the way. So that might be problematic. And if we try to put a small... We could put a small tower here, for example. And let's say we put a... so we could put a secondary, like a big secondary gun there. Or we could go with like a 5-inch gun. So we've got... See, I like exploring some options. Hey, Turpits. So, what's our role going to be for this ship? Primarily, we want this to... we do want to be able to hit other big ships. I mean, these 13-inch guns are nice, but I'm not going to be able to put... It looks like I can't put anything super big up here. Now, another option is I've got these Mark III 11-inchers. So I could fit that there. Now, that's a possibility. And we could maybe even supersize it, try and take it to like an 11.9. So we could do something like this, and that's got a pretty chunky, it's a pretty chunky gun. That's super heavy up front. So instead of going with these 13s, we could go with a couple of 11.9s. And now our forward weight offset is huge. Why is our forward weight so big? Probably just because we have this one funnel up here. Now, we probably want to take another, big funnel back there. We could do something like this. I wonder if we made the 8-inch gun bigger. Now, if we move this tower, sometimes we can put these cruiser towers. If we were to put the tower back here, for example, this would give this gun. It still has the same firing arc, so there's no point in putting the cruiser tower back there to maximize our funnels. Now this doesn't seem to, I mean, we got these 3 funnels here, that doesn't seem to be doing too well. Now another option is we got these smaller funnels. And we could always try stacking these up. That's pretty good. And we could even try... Can we squeeze one more in here? No, we can't. We could do that. And that's got a hell of a forward weight offset. Can we do anything with the tower back here? Oh, you know what we could do? We could put the tower up there. And then we could take maybe a bigger funnel here. Not quite perfect. So that's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 7.3. Hey, luxury. So, we're trying to figure out how to make this battleship work with what we want. You know, the goal is we want to be able to take out mostly cruisers, and we want to go pretty quick. And this is pretty quick. I mean, 22 knots is fast. We try and give it a big range, but I don't think we need that long of a range. And I could drop it to 21 knots, get better engine efficiency. But if we can do 22 knots, that's going to keep this thing relevant for a while. And then the question is, how do we squeeze on more stuff? Because this has only a... Oh, you know what we can do? There we go. Put a tower back there. Because if we don't have it... Yeah, I mean, that spot's getting obstructed anyway. And this gives us a forward offset of 5.7. That's a lot better. And gives us a nice engine efficiency. And this is 148 tons versus 75. So if we want to get snarky, what we can do is we can take the bigger tower. Actually, can we put? I don't think we can put that back there. No, that's too big. We do that. It doesn't seem to affect the. So we're gonna put the heavier stuff in the back, and then we'll try doing these lighter towers there. Now we only have a forward offset of 6. I think we were better before, weren't we? Let's go try this again. Can we scooch you back a little further? No, that's as far back as it's gonna get. Huh. Alright, that's as much as we're gonna get. Can we go 23? No. 22.5? We can. At some point, because of the ship's hydrodynamic characteristics, your water resistance starts to pick up, and there comes a certain velocity where it just starts getting more and more inefficient, and we don't know what that is. So if we go from 22 to 22.1, we're seeing a jump of about 110 tons. 22.2, we're going about 200 tons. Oh no, 100 and... Let's see. Yeah, about 120, 130. 22.3, about 120. 22.4, it's about 140. 22.5. Oops, I missed. About 140. 22.6. 22.7. 22.8. So 22.8, there's a huge jump. Alright, so that's where we're hitting our hydrodynamic wall. So at 22.7 knots, this is as fast as this ship can go and still be somewhat efficient. So now let's talk about weight saving, okay? We've got our two main guns, and we got this big-ass secondary gun. And we might even be able to squeeze in a turret down there. But to do that, we'll probably have to... try and squeeze you in there. And then you there. Okay, so... let's go put our 8 back up on top. And this is a Mark II. I think all of these are Mark IIs, yeah. And we're going to make this 8-inch gun as big as we can make. Now under here, we could put maybe something. And there might not be enough room. So we could... No, there's not enough room. It's too... So it's not even worth trying to do that. It's not going to work. So we're probably good enough for there. I mean, we could put maybe like a single gun. I don't want to put something out here, because if we put something out here, that's going to... Well, let's see. So this, without anything, angles right through to there. We can't do the 2-inch like that. If we were to put a 2-inch there, yeah, that gives us a little bit of firing arc. We'd want to probably bring it in just a little bit. Or to do something like this, for example. That doesn't get in the way, and that gives a little bit more rear weight offset. We can make these 2.9s, which tend to be a little bit higher performing. I really like the 2.9s. I'm very biased about those. And on these 3-inch guns, so if we look and compare, the 2.9s have a range of 11.6 kilometers high explosive, and 3.4s have a shorter range. And the 3.4s we have given max... Oh, no, we haven't. There we go. So, they have max barrel length. So, 10 kilometers versus 11.6. So, the 2s have a longer range and a 5,000 meters, 2.5 accuracy versus 4.2. The 2.9s are more accurate. So, that's why I like the 2.9s. Now, if we jack this up to 3.9... 2.6 versus 4.2, the 2.9 still outperform. And so, and they weigh less than the 3.9s. They actually weigh less than the 3s. So, these are really just for tearing up small ships. And the other options, we go with like 5-inch guns, which are historically really nice guns. We could put some 5-inchers on the side. But if we do the 5-inchers on the side, we get a single 5-inch, or we can get dual 2.9s. And so most of what we've been fighting are smaller ships. We've been dealing with a lot of torpedo boat swarms and light cruisers. And so you have to know what you're fighting. While we might do bigger guns in the future, these 2.9s... we might not do semi-armor piercing. I might do proper cap ballistic. And that gives them enough armor penetration to punch through kind of light stuff. I mean, it'll certainly nail destroyers and torpedo boats. On our bigger guns, like on the 7-inch... This'll punch through small battleships, definitely punch through cruisers. And that will also, if we go semi on this, this is still good for cruisers. And this is still good for most cruisers also. So, really, we're gearing towards like a torpedo boat threat and a destroyer threat. So what I'm kind of tempted to do is I'm kind of tempted to take all these 3.4s off. And we're going to replace them with 2.9s. They've got this middle gun area, but that's not going to really... Now, I could try to put some single guns here. So these have a limited firing arc as it is. I could put that there and it doesn't really affect it. Now that's one option. Other options, I say screw it to these. I'll go with good old 5-inch guns and just have single 5-inch guns, and these things are going to just spank stuff. And if we go with the longer barrel length, because we like longer barrel length, you know, more accuracy. Now if we compare, this 5-inch gun has a range of 13.8 kilometers, and it's going to hit things pretty hard. It only fires 2.3 shots per minute, whereas this thing's firing way more shots. It's firing twice the shots, and we have twice the guns. So it's firing 4 times the shots. So as far as like raw damage goes, we're doing, you know, 88 damage times 4 essentially. You know, about 350 damage, let's say, in the same time. In the same amount of time that this thing's doing 224. So I mean, it's gonna fire a lot faster, and so maybe. So this is kind of the decision we have to make. Then as far as weight-wise goes, one 5-inch weighs more than two 2.9s. So maybe we just go with just a wall of small shells, but this has a longer range. This will be better against cruisers, right? So that's kind of our trade-off. Now I know the Mark III 2.9s are coming out soon. We don't have them yet, and I don't want to wait that long to get the battleship. And then the other thing we could look at doing, I mean, if we put small guns there. Oh, that's interesting. If we put small guns here, that doesn't seem to affect the firing angle. That's awfully interesting. What happens if we put... If we put a 5-inch there... I think I found my solution. Look at that. Look at that. I can have a 5-inch gun with a nice arc of fire, and then I can have these two little dinky guns. And so one of the nice things about captured enemy ships is you can explore possibilities. And so what we're going to do is we're going to give it a mix. We're going to go for the 5 inches. Let's go turn this other one around. There we go. So we're going to go for the 5-inch gun like that. And then we're going to go for these single 2.9s. And that gives us our maximum firepower against small ships. And this thing is just a fortress. One of the cool things about the French ships is they do some crazy stuff. And we want some more rear weight offset. So what we can do is we can go stick some of these try to find the right spot for them, because we don't have room for a double-barreled gun, but we can put can we fit you further back, maybe? No, so right there. Alright, so this doesn't affect our top gun's area, you know, field of fire. We got these 3-inch casemate guns, which are a little bit weird. I don't know how many of these we can. We only put one there. That's not really. It's not really worth it. If we do 2-inch casemate guns, we just have that one spot. It's not. And we can do if we have extra. If we have extra stuff. Now we can also put can also put some of these up here for just more DACA. That gives me some front weight that I don't necessarily want. We could put some of these here, which that's sort of a weird firing arc, and it's firing backwards. I don't know if it's going to fire through the ship or not. It probably will, but I don't. Let's take those off for now, and I may take these off just for balance reasons. So, as far as these big guns go, these 11-inch guns, I do want some good barbettes. And we're gonna be overweight. Let's go take off these. We don't need that. I may almost take these off, but those are nice guns. So I could drop the speed a little bit if I have to, but I really want to go fast because that's something we're not going to really change much later. Let's see how else we can kind of tweak this. We could probably do away with the anti-torpedo, with the torpedo protection. Right now in early torpedoes, they're not very long range. We're dealing with stuff that's like under 3 kilometers in range. So we're not going to get torpedoed that much. So I think we can sacrifice that a little bit. And because having the turret armor, I think is important. Maybe we just go 5 inches on this. So this is kind of getting there, where we're approaching, you know, a pretty chunky battleship. We still need to balance it out, so we're going to drop some of the forward belt's a little bit much. We got a lot of superstructure. I don't like how they have their armor laid out. I really want. We're gonna have to sacrifice a little bit of main belt. So now the aft weight offset is we can go maybe put these back on there and go less superstructure, which is kind of a thing. Hey, other guy, we are looking at. I'm doing a video on refitting a French battleship. Captured French battleship. So, and we could save a lot of weight by lowering the speed, but our speed and being able to catch what we're chasing is really important. Because we're going to have this guy command a group of small ships, I think. And we can drop that down a little bit. So now we're just shaving a little bit of weight. I also want more main deck if I can. I really want to have at least like 4 inches of main deck, but that may not be possible. But that does give me a lot of nice weight, nice balance. So I think we're going to drop the inner deck to 1/2 inch. And this is really, really close. Now I could try moving this gun back, but I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to move this gun back. We could try scooting that back a little bit. And we could try scooching that back a little bit. Try to get. There we go. So now it's perfectly balanced. Now we just need to drop the weight just a little bit more. We're going to have to sacrifice some main deck weight, I think, which is too bad. But we still have really good pitch and roll. Our conning tower sucks. We'll grab whatever we can, but we're not super concerned about the safety of French captains. Yeah, this isn't Schizomeds, this is a French ship. So, this gives us a reasonable, fast-ish battleship for 1903. Going 22.7 knots, which is really fast for a battleship. And we've cleared all this extra funnel real estate by stacking the secondary tower as small as possible right behind the main tower and shifting a lot of the weight backwards. You can see here in the weight diagram that our center of mass is perfect and the engines are more to the back. We've got all this other gun stuff up front, and we've got this arsenal of smaller secondary guns for taking out cruisers and torpedo boats. It's going to be kind of a mishmash. This is definitely a pre-Dreadnought battleship because it's got a mishmash of guns. It's just kind of a floating fortress, and it is awesome. Not the most ridiculous thing, but I think this is good enough. And as we get better technology, we'll be able to rebuild it. We'll give it a better name. Oh, 1904. I'm sorry. It's 1904. And we've... what's our flash fire chance? We want to check that. Our flash fire chance is 26.7, which isn't bad. And by down gunning from the 13s to the 11s, these are the Mark III 11-inch guns. Now, we made them the 11.9s, because a Mark III 11.9, I think, is going to be better than a Mark II 12-inch gun. It'll weigh a little bit more, but some of that weight is also because of all the extra armor that we put on. We armored the hell out of these guns compared to the default armor. If we were to look at a 12-inch, if we were just to click a 12-inch gun, the default armor on the 12-inch gun is less than 5 inches and a 0.6-inch barbette and a 0.6-inch top, right? We have twice the armor on the sides, 4 times the armor on the top, and 10 times, 12 times the armor in the barbette. So that's also why the gun's so heavy. So I'm going to call this good. We're going to save this. And then I'm going to go build some more, but this is kind of your tutorial video on this is how I look at viewing how to build captured enemy ships. I have a very... Yes, Lorenzo's going to go to the hospital when he sees this. You might also check out the other video I made where Lorenzo saw how I murdered the captured Italian cruiser. And that's a short video of me basically laughing while he's freaking out. It's wonderful. He's such a good sport. Lorenzo's an actual Italian naval officer, and so he tends to get confused at some of the crazy things you can do. So, we have our purpose. Our purpose is we want a fast ship that can lead a group of small, fast ships on hit-and-run type attacks, and primarily for capturing territories, small territories. This is not for big pitched battles. We're not doing big pitched battles. I don't trust the ship enough to do a big pitched battle. And it's primarily designed to kill small ships, which is why it has all this plethora of just little guns in its center castle area. So, there you have it. Thank you very much for watching. And I will continue my stream, but I'm going to end this little short video. And maybe we'll make another ship. Alright, so we made that. I made a short video. So what I'm doing is I'm making short videos of some of the ships that I'm refitting. And let's go find this ship. Where is it? Here it is. I think we want to change the name. And what do we want to? I don't want Condorcet. It's kind of a little fortress. That's what it is. It's like an assault fortress. There we go. It's the French assault fortress. So, we could always refit a... what other ships do we have? We got these other battleships that we need to... Here's the Charles Martel. We'll go and refit that. This won't be quite as interesting. Won't make a mini video of that. I mean, we could make a mini video. Do you guys, question, do you guys like the short videos of me building stuff? Because I could always do another one. It's actually kind of a nice battleship. There's a front tower. Sure, we got. I mean, I'm a small YouTuber too. You probably have more fans than I do, but I don't know. Let's go check out your channel real quick. Okay, yeah, I guess you just started. So yes, we got Phasmophobia fan. I'm not really sure how to. Phasmophobia. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Yeah, no, if you guys want to go check him out, yeah, come hang out. We're just building ships today. We could build another ridiculous ship. So, my advice, if you want to build your channel, now keep in mind, I don't do this for a living, okay? I own a computer company. I do like engineering and material consulting, science consulting. I basically build stuff for a living and fix stuff for a living. So yeah, Phasmophobia is that game where you're going through like haunted houses trying to like find evidence of ghosts and stuff, right? I think I know what you're talking about. I used to date a girl who was into that game. It's fun to watch. I never got into actually playing it. I was mostly just, watching her play because it was funny to watch her die. But, yeah, just make videos for fun and keep doing it. That's what I say. I'm not monetized. I don't make any income from this channel. So I just do it for fun because, my friends and I like gaming. So, this guy here that we're going to build next, we can either build a faster invasion ship, or we can build something a little slower and fatter. I've got to see what 10,700 versus... Oh, we're only gaining 1,000 tons by doing that. What I might do with this is I might do a different... you know what? I'm gonna do this one from... I'm gonna do from a ground up kind of thing. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna record another video, but I want to take a minute. I'm gonna go and... yeah. Maybe this is a special bug that only the United States can access. The AI ship command was kind of nice, but you know, I know that it sped up the game a lot to do to do it. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and then we're gonna go refit the ship, and maybe I'll make another mini ship video. Question, guys, do you I'll type it. Do you guys like watching the short videos I make also, or just the stream? What's everybody's preference? And I'll go read the answers when I get back. So give me a minute, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I think a lot of people just like hanging out also. But I'm going to make a series of like short videos just to kind of add to... Because I can record these at the same time that I'm streaming. So I'm going to go record another method of refitting a ship. I want to check something real quick though. It's 22.7. We're going to do the Charles Martel next. Alright, so I'm going to do another video, another short video, because I can record while I'm also streaming. Yeah, we'll get there if I haven't conquered the world by then. Alright, so I'll do another recording. Alright, so I'm going to do another recording. This one is going to be another method for refitting captured enemy ships. So, I have a bunch of captured ships because my game glitched out and I can't actually build new ships right now, so I'm reliant on capturing enemy ships when the enemy surrenders. So we're going to take this Charles Martel, which is a smaller battleship. We did this Condor set before, so we're going to take the smaller one, and we're going to go view it. And it's a cute ship. Is this like a Battleship 1 design, maybe? It looks very French with these guns set down kind of low. So, like before, the first thing we have to do is figure out what we want to do with this ship. And I want a fast ship that can lead a group of smaller cruisers. And because we're going to be doing kind of hit-and-run task forces with these captured ships. So, before I started I just kind of modified the ship. This time, we're going to clear everything out. Boom. And we're going to build it from scratch from the hull. So we're going to go minimum beam, maximum draught, maximum bulkhead. We're going to go short on the range. Let's find out where his hydrodynamic wall is. So at like 20 knots, you know, it's 5,000, 22 knots, which is at least what we want to do. That's not bad. 23 knots takes it up huge, right? It's jumping up almost 3,000 tons. 22.1. So that's a change of about 100 tons. And then if we go 22.2, it's about another 100 tons. 23, it's another 100 tons or so. Now it's about 80. Alright, so 22.4. You know, another about 80. 22.5. Not too bad. 22.6. Not too bad. 22.7. Not too bad. 22.8. Not too bad. 22.9. Not too bad. But 23 jumps us up really big. So 22.9 seems to be kind of where that wall hits us. Yeah, we're basically just being a bunch of pirates right now. So yeah, as I'm recording this video, I'm also live streaming. Now, we have a lot of stuff that we have to put in here. So we're going to go with the turbines, or not turbines, the multiple expansion. I haven't gotten the turbines yet. Unbalanced, we'll go auxiliary 1, Krupp armor. We want to go extra bulkheads, some anti-flood, we need a citadel. We want to go with the best tower we can get for the spotting range. It's 25, 24, 22, 20, garbage, more garbage, right? So we want to go with this big one, but this won't fit. And that won't fit. And this won't fit. And this won't fit. And that won't fit. So, our choice is we could have a super fast ship with a garbage tower, with our front tower 1. Because the front tower 2 just won't fit. So go with the front tower 1. And we're going 22.9 knots. But this front tower 1 only has a spotting of garbage, 1,700. Whereas this one has... It's not really that much better, to be honest. So we have to make the decision. Do we want speed or do we want spotting? It's a 2 base accuracy versus 7. It's a lot more spotting. Now, what we can do is we can go maximum beam, and we can kind of see where the tower starts not fitting. So it doesn't fit here, and Doesn't fit anywhere there, so negative 2.2. So we just put it back to 0. Doesn't fit at 0. Here, we're going to... So it fits at 3. And does it fit at 2? It does. 1 it doesn't, right? No, it still fits at 1. 0.5. 0.1. Nope. 0.2. So we have to have at least a 0.2 to have the really big tower. And we can set it back about as far as we want. So we have the big tower. Now, realistically, at this speed, we don't have enough room for much of anything, right? So we're probably going to have to slow us down a bit. We can go with the induced boilers. We're going to want the coincidence rangefinder 2. We're going to want some radio communication. So, first thing we need to figure out is boilers. How many boilers do we need? Now, we can do a little bit of math to see what are the most efficient per tonnage boilers. So, if we pull out the old calculator, and we have 75 tons divided by 5 funnel capacity. That means we have 15 tons per funnel capacity, right? All right, so that's our base. If we go here, 85 tons divided by 5.5. And that's a 15.4. So we're getting, it takes more tons to have the funnel capacity. So this one's actually more efficient. If we go to the next one, well, that's the same 5.5 funnel capacity for even more tons. That's dumb. And this one's 6. So if we go 124 tons divided by 6, that gives us 20 tons per funnel capacity. That's not good. Got 132 divided by 6.5. And that's 20 tons, so that's no good. We got 148 divided by 7.3. I'm doing the calculator on a different computer, by the way. That's also 20 tons. And then this one here, 168 divided by 7.3. That's getting even worse, right? So this tiny funnel here is actually the best one. So let's see how many tiny funnels it takes, because you've got to consider the space, and you've got to also consider the so it takes 4 tiny funnels to get the to get everything, to get us over 100% engine efficiency. We could probably get away with 3 and that'd be okay, or we go with a bigger one to save space. So these bigger funnels save space, but that's basically what we're looking at. So we're going to go 3 funnels. We're going to need a secondary tower. And we can just do 4 accuracy. It's 3 accuracy there for this. I'm probably just going to go with this tiny. We'll go for the tiny one for now. Okay? So let's see. We're just figuring out weights right now because we're basically building this thing from scratch. Now, the purpose of this ship is to go really fast. Hey, Shadow Wolf. We wanted to go really fast, lead a group of small ships. And we want to have a little bit of oomph. Now, the biggest guns we can put on here are going to be these Mark III 11-inch guns. These are going to be kind of heavy, and that's going to be a big flash fire chance also. And we can do it and give it some barbettes. That's going to be really damn heavy, too. Now, what we could look at doing is we look at going some 9s. Do we have any barbettes? We don't get any real barbettes. We only get these little dinky barbettes. Which we could use to put smaller guns. But we don't have the tonnage, really, to do much more than this. This is already maxing us out, right? And this is before we have... You know, we got okay armor, before we get a lot of armor. So, what happens if we drop it down to 22 knots? That gives us like 1,000 tons. We can work with stuff. So we could go with like another... So we could go with like another gun. Hey Shadow Wolf, I'm just recording a video explaining different methods for building captured, refitting captured ships. So like this... So this one here, we got... You know, we've got 3 nice gun turrets on here. This is actually not bad. We don't have a lot of secondaries. 22 knots is still okay. We've got our maximum bulkheads. We're going to want a little bit more... we're going to want a little bit more deck armor, at least 3 inches. 4 would be better. 12 inches of main belt. And we can stack on some secondaries. We could put some 5s, but this might be... Well, the 5s fit. So, whoops, I don't want to do... I didn't want to do that. There we go. I want the longer barrel length. Now, the problem is we don't have a lot of armor on these guns. I could go with like 2-inch guns instead, but we don't have a lot of room for guns. We got, we've got this spot back here. We could put, we can go with our 2.9s. Those are too big. These are too big up here. So, we could also try putting a little barbette. There's not really a lot of room there. Can we scooch this thing back a little bit more? So that's as far back as that goes. So we can put that barbette there. How does that affect the angle? So it can shoot a little bit better angle without the barbette. Can we do a... Yeah, it won't let us do any of these other barbettes. Oh, this one it'll let us do. There we go. That's good. And can we put a... Put a little another 5-inch gun back there. Now this gives us a lot of firepower. We don't have any tiny guns. We could do like some of these casemates maybe. Which I don't know if I really care that much about the casemates. So this guy here is going to be really good for nailing, nailing cruisers. It's not... Let's go... TNT. We want extra ammo and bigger shells. This is going to make it pretty much at the top of our, what we can, our flash fire chance is very low. We could be a little crazy, go with picric acid, but I don't recommend that for battleships. Let's stick with TNT. And this will be pretty good at punching down cruisers. Now, it's not going to be great against battleships. Now, what we could do if we want is, instead of this, we can go with Cap Ballistic, and this will be better at nailing battleships. That'll punch through cruiser armor right there just fine. And this will do so-so against battleships. So maybe in this case we want to do something like this. And we want to give it a little bit of forebelt, so we can balance it out. Now this thing's really light on the front and back armor. I don't like that. But if we want the speed, this is kind of what we've got. It's a little bit of a weird design because it's set so far back. But it's not that unusual with French ships. Now I could try.
French ships are floating hotels.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I'd like to superfire these and get this up on a barbette, but I can't put any barbettes on the ship that will handle anything bigger than an 8-inch gun, because it won't let me use... I need this barbette here for anything bigger than 8 inches for 9 inches on up. So this is kind of what I'm limited to. And this might be all we get, just 3 twin 9-inch guns and 5 twin 5-inch guns. And that's not bad. I mean, we could still try to do some, you know, some casemate guns, but those don't really... Well, I don't have a lot of weight to spare. We'd have to sacrifice speed. We could put on a whole plethora of these little, you know, these little guns, these little 2-inch guns. But we don't have a lot of speed, or we don't have a lot of tonnage if we want to keep the speed. And I really want to keep the speed on this guy. And we've got plenty of firepower with the 5-inchers, so I think we're going to leave it like this. And we'll just tweak the armor a little bit. I really want more... Oh, our conning tower's awful also. I'd really like more fore and aft deck. Our aft deck is awful.
You could make those winged 5 single mounts.
No.
Save weight.
No, we're gonna keep it like this. This isn't gonna be going against anything too terribly heavy anyway. So we're just gonna be a little bit vulnerable, but we can add more armor later as we get better stuff. And this guy is not designed to go after battleships. When you're upgrading a ship or when you're designing a ship, you got to know what it is that you're fighting. This guy is for fighting cruisers. It's a cruiser killer. I do not want to go fight in like a line battle. And with the 22 knots, we're fast enough we can run away from battleships. So this is going to be kind of our build, I think. And so in this case, we just built it up from scratch by stripping everything down. I'm still not super happy about the deck armor, but we've got this really nice pitch and roll. We're perfectly balanced, which gives us a lot of accuracy bonuses. And we can always upgrade this guy later with a future upgrade. So we are going to save that. Boom. And then we'll probably start upgrading our smaller ships next. I think I have one more battleship to upgrade. And so we'll try, because we've got a Chinese battleship to upgrade also. So we'll do that in a minute. Alright, so I stopped that recording. So what I'm doing, Shadow Wolf, is as I'm streaming, I'm recording little videos of the different ships that I'm upgrading, just because some people might find it interesting.
Yeah, I saw those.
Oh, you saw the ones I posted last night?
Yeah.
Because I can schedule these out for the future. And I've got one more battleship I can do. I've got this Chinese battleship, I think. We got this one, the Charles Martel. Yeah, because those are the only battleships that I've captured. Yes, let's go view this guy. This is going to be an interesting battleship also. I don't know what kind of hull this is. That's a...
It looks like pre-Dreadnought.
Yeah. It's got that spot for the third turret, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know how fast I can make this thing go, though. Um, 10.1s. So the big question is what. So I can do big funnel. So if I get rid of. What is that? It's a dual funnel small. So that's 360 tons. This big funnel here. Because I can't put any. I'm kind of playing around with this a little bit before I do a video about how to make it. Because I really want this thing to go 22 knots if I can. To minimize the beam. Oh, I hope I maximize the bulkheads on that other one. There's no way this is going 22 knots, is it? Yeah, this is just not, this hull will not do 22 knots at all. Can it go 21? Yeah. 20. I could make it big like this and keep it at 20 knots. That gives me 2,000 tons of available space, and that gives me 2,000 tons of available space. So 20 knots is about the limit on this guy, I think. So 21.
The other problem is you're going to have trouble putting big guns because of that middle part.
Yeah. Well, it's going to have a lot of forward weight offset also.
Yeah.
I could go. I mean, I could do 9-inch guns. So I can definitely do 9-inchers. But then it's not gonna do. And if I try to lengthen the gun barrel, man, this thing really does not want to go past 20 knots, does it? Not unless I strip a lot of stuff off of it. I mean, even then, it doesn't. I could try stripping everything off of it.
Yeah, that's what sucks about pre-dreadnoughts. That you can't. It's hard to work with them.
Yeah. Well, and this thing has such a crazy forward weight offset. And there's no way to. I mean, if I took this gun off, I could put a funnel in the middle. Now here's a question. Can I put... It will not let me put barbettes. It won't let me put barbettes anywhere except for maybe up here. Now it won't let me do anything like this. So, yeah, because I need to figure out how the hell I want to design this ship out. Because I could do a couple of. Because if I put a funnel back here to balance the ship out, I mean, the funnels have to go here. That's basically how the ship is designed, and it's really kind of a retarded.
Yeah.
Kind of a retarded design. Yeah, so that's not. Yeah, everybody just has pre-dreadnoughts. Yeah, so the problem I'm going to face with this one is how do I make a ship that is so unwieldy? You know what? I have an interesting idea. We're going to go 8-inch gun, 8-inch gun.
Like, pretty much this design, you pretty much have to do, like, light ship killer.
Oh, here we go. Watch this. We'll have the 8-inch guns facing into the ship like that. And then I'll need a 9-inch gun. I'll need a 9-inch gun at the front. Let me figure how I want to. Let me figure how I want to do this first, and then I'll. Because I can't put any sort of. I can't put any sort of guns up high. Oh, I can put. I have no idea what that person just sent me. Now I don't know if this gun will actually be able to turn around and. So this would be, we could just make a really stupid design. The problem is I need to have a main gun. And it needs to go at least 20 knots. Now maybe instead of the 8-inch guns, maybe I go like smaller guns. This still has a hell of a forward weight offset. I could put that there instead. I mean, honestly, I really don't want any main guns, but I have to have at least a main gun on it. Can I do... I could do something on 7-inch gun. What about 6-inch? So I could do a bunch of 6-inch guns. Who the heck is messaging me? Alright. Oh, it's... One of my friends is going to need some help here in a little bit. So I could do something like that, but I think probably... I really like the idea of the 8-inch guns, and just make this like an 8-inch gun flotilla. Because this thing would be pretty crazy. Of course, I don't know how to fit everything... I don't know how to fit everything on. Oh, hold on a minute. Alright, so I could do something like this, and with the main gun up front, and that all fits. I mean, this thing's not super fast. I really wish it were faster. I could make it faster, but then I'd lose a lot of power off of it. I don't know. What do you... So I could do something kind of ridiculous like this. Just to have all these 8-inch guns just sort of passing, you know, sticking through. And then we'll just skimp on the armor and make this work. So, yeah, so here's... I'm going to go record a video of me doing something stupid. So... Let's go record this one. Actually, I'm gonna... Give me one moment. Alright. Let's go record this. Alright, I am back, and we're going to refit our third battleship of the night. This one's going to be a Chinese ship. And we have this Yisheng, and we're going to build this one in a totally different way, because this is kind of a weird design. So if we look at this ship, it's set for 3 gun turrets, which is kind of cool, but these things are really forward heavy because you have the engines up here and then not much going on over there. I'm not like a big fan of these. In the smaller versions of the ship, this tower here is kind of scrunched back. So we're going to refit this, and we're going to do something. We're going to make a ridiculous build. So we're going to strip everything down, and let's do our technology. We want all this stuff. Hydraulic, get good armor. We don't care about any of that. We want anti-flood, citadel, reinforced bulkheads, minimal. We want maximum bulkheads, and maximum drop, minimum beam. We're gonna start from here, okay? So ideally, I'd like to go 22 knots, but I don't think there's going to be enough room on here to do everything I want to do. And there wasn't enough room for the guns. We're going to make this one also a cruiser killer. We have to have at least one main gun. So we could do a 3-gun ship, but 3 9-inch guns seems kind of boring. So let's do something crazy. What if we cheesed out the geometry of the ship, and let's go put on a bunch of these Mark II 8-inch guns, and because of the weird way that the ship geometry is set, these are going to stick kind of through the walls of the ship. And maybe they'll turn, maybe they won't. It won't handle the weight, so let's go slow this thing down a bit. And then we're going to also put, because these will handle little turrets on top, I'm going to give this thing barbettes. And we're going to make the turrets bigger. Alright, like that. Now we could try to make these 8.9s, which this is the largest secondary gun we can put on here, and these are basically about the same as the 9-inch gun. And so, whoops. So let's compare these stats. So the 8.9-inch gun has a range of 15.5 kilometers. Oh wait, we want to outside, we'll go TNT. Alright, so we have 16 kilometers, that's good. And then the 9-inch gun has a range of 19 kilometers. Not quite as good, but almost. This one does 494 damage, and this one does 473, so they're almost as good. Unfortunately, we can't really stack up any more. I wish we could make this into a cruiser, not have this 9-inch gun, but we're obligated to have at least one 9-inch gun. We have to have at least a funnel. We have to have a main tower. And we have to have a rear tower. We'll go with a small rear tower. And we're overweight. Oh, we need to have rangefinder, go with radio. So we may not be able to do all this because this is going to be, and I don't want to go any slower. I mean, I could go 18 knots, but that's a little slower than I'd like it to be. We really need our ships to be at least 20 knots. I really want to be 21. So this is one option for what we could do, where we could just have a whole plethora of ridiculous cannons. It's got a lot of fore and aft belt. Let's drop some of this down. We can shed a little bit of weight on the armor, it looks like. And... oh, he's got... so actually we're aft weight heavy right now. Now we could go with our low flash fire chance. We could go picric acid. That makes it kind of a high flash fire chance. I'm kind of thinking we just stick with the TNT. And now this would munch cruisers. This would just munch cruisers with the, because they usually have about a 4 or 5 inch plus 50 armor Bane belt with a plus 50% right now. Or we could go capped, and this will munch. This will actually hurt a lot of things. This is a 15 kilometer high explosive, 17 kilometer armor piercing with this guy here. So that's not bad. Now we're not going to bother with any barbettes or anything like that. I mean, we could do some casemate guns rather. We could have a shitload of casemate guns. But this is going to add a lot. Not as much weight as I thought. So we're going to do a compare and contrast. We're going to have a 2-inch. We're going to have a 3-inch. Oh, we can't put the 3-inch there, can we? No, we can't. We put 3-inch down there. We might as well go all 2-inch and just keep it consistent. Now this gives me a lot of forward weight offset, which I don't really want. We can make the guns bigger and have these things have a heck of a range. And this would be just a lot of broadside for just knocking out small ships. The problem is that this makes us really forward heavy. Not the end of the world. We could add some aft belt, but that takes a lot of aft belt. And I don't know if I really want to mess with all that. So I kind of think, what I'm kind of thinking is not have all these casemate guns, just because of the weight offset. It's just a little bit much. And we do have these 5% accuracy at 5,000 meters. I mean, these are really accurate also. I mean, these would be nice for just shredding things. They don't have as good of a field of fire as these turrets. I mean, turrets are just nice. Now, the other thing we could do, if we want to take all these off... oh, that lowers our forward weight offset by quite a bit. We could also have some of these little 2.9s right here along the side. We could probably fit 4 of these, actually. So you're going to do that. And we got to go around to this other side. Yeah, so we could do it like this. We could squeeze more in. So let's... I mean, these back guns... No, so these back guns are fine like that. But then, right here... we do that. Whoops, I messed up. Does that line up? That looks pretty good. I mean, I could try to squeeze in I could squeeze in a bunch like that. I'm kind of thinking maybe, I mean, this would have a lot of broadside potential. But maybe I only put in... Well, that doesn't really help the field of fire much, does it? So, I mean, we could do 4 sets of guns. Or we could try to do a 5th set of gun. So maybe having the extra gun isn't such a good idea. I think what we're going to do... Let's go take these off real quick. Now what about... We can't fit any of those. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do... We could also just do 3 sets of guns and have pretty good firing arcs. And that might be the most practical, is just have 3 guns with good firing arcs. Not quite as sexy as having 4 guns, but maybe more useful. I'd put a gun here, but we've already got a bunch. It would be nice to have some more rear weight offset, but I don't... You know, we could put this here, but then it restricts... It's probably going to restrict this. Yeah, it restricts that. And having this have a better field of fire is more important than the extra gun. So we could do something like this. Now, if we take off these... I mean, having these extra guns here is nice, but it's a lot of forward weight offset. We could take these off. Now we've got an aft weight offset. Can we make the ship go any faster? We go 20.5. We've got a lot of light cruisers going 20.5. And we could... And instead of a... big funnel, you do medium funnel. Let's go do a little bit of math here. So 224 divided by 10 is 22.4. And then 184 divided by 8, we use the calculator, is 23. So the medium funnels are a little bit more efficient. So, what we could try doing is we could go with 2 medium funnels. Gives us plenty of funnel capacity. We don't have these down here. We've got these extra guns here, which isn't bad. Can I shift you back a little bit? No, it won't let me. And if I do a big dual funnel, that's no good. So we want these medium funnels. So that's as good as we can get there. This isn't going scooching any backwards. We could try... This gun turret has to at least be there. So that's kind of our minimum, but it's balanced now, and that's not bad. That's not bad at all for a stupid ship. Now, most likely these gun turrets are going to turn, even though it doesn't look like they should. It's just a stupid, glitchy, weird design. But most likely this will work. I think the 20.5 is as good as we're getting. And 20.5 keeps up with our current light cruisers. And we can always add more speed later when we get the turbine engines or geared turbine engines. So, not bad. It's got a good range, even though we have minimum range. And we don't have a lot of tonnage left to put stuff on. We could drop the superstructure a little bit. This thing's actually pretty well armored. I'd like to have more... I'd like to have better barbettes. But I think this is about all we're getting. There's a lot of top armor on the guns. Let's add some... Let's adjust the armor tonnage here a little bit. There's a lot of top armor on these guns. We probably don't need it to be that high. We could probably shave a little bit, because we're mostly going to be going after cruisers. So we could do something like that. And that gives us a little bit more armor for 11 inches, as much of our belt as we're going to get. We try going 5 inches on the deck. I'd like to have... What I really want to have is I really want to have more front and back armor. So right now we're just playing with armor values. 3.5... 3.5... Whoops. There we go. Might even be able to go 4. Alright, so that's pretty good. We have this weight offset problem now. I can try to... probably the easiest thing to do would be just to take this middle gun. And shift it forward a little bit like that. That fixes the weight offset problem. There we go. I think that looks cooler like this. So that fixes the weight offset problem. We've got good superstructure. Our inner deck is actually fantastic. Probably don't need this much inner deck. We could probably go like 1 inch of deck, of inner deck, and 5 inches of main deck. Try and balance it a little bit more. But this is pretty good. What else can we tweak out here? The casemate armor. These guys really aren't going to be getting hit from the top. I mean, they could, but probably not. Now the turrets might. So we'll beef that up a little bit.
Yeah, they would.
There we go. There you go, perfectly balanced. It's fast enough to keep up with the light cruisers at 20.5 knots. And it's a cruiser killer. And it's a ridiculous ship with a whole plethora of anti-cruiser weapons. And I think the TNT is the right choice on this. This will be kind of our ridiculous weird build. But it's a Chinese ship, so why not? There we go. We'll go ahead and save this, and so that's going to be our third making battleships. 3 different ways to make abomination battleships out of captured enemy ships. So I hope everybody likes it, and I will maybe make some other videos as well for other smaller ships, and thank you. Alright, so I have three battleships. I've got the Fortress one, the let's see here. So where's the what do I want to call these things? So the Charles Martel is actually kind of normal looking. This Chinese ship is pretty ridiculous. What else do I want to make? I've got some cruisers. Here's another cruiser. I've got two heavy cruisers. And these are... Oh, that's an interesting heavy cruiser. That's a stupid cruiser. I don't really want to call this thing the Yeesh. What's this battleship? There's the Assault Fortress. Where's the other battleship at? It's the Yixing. I guess I could just leave it as the Yixing. And then where's the Charles Martel? Where's that other battleship at? Alright, we're going to definitely change the name of this. We're going to call it the Frenchie. Alright. Yeah, so as far as the cruisers we can refit, as far as the heavy cruisers, we've got this guy here, which we could potentially make really fast. And we got this one here, which is kind of dumb. Do I have any other captured French cruisers? No. This is kind of a cool looking cruiser, actually. It's very small. This is a very small cruiser. So, alright, we're going to do this one next. Alright, I'm going to grab a snack real quick. And then I will be right back to ruin this French cruiser, okay? I am kind of back, but only a little bit. I'm making some scrambled eggs, and I need to check on them here in just a minute. Let's see what this other... So we're going to rebuild that cruiser. Then we also have this one here. Let's see how... I mean, this is like a normal, nice-looking cruiser. I can't believe it's so small. It's not that fast. It's not that big. I'm surprised it's as long as it is. I wonder if I can do the ridiculous barbette thing. It's not letting me. I'll have to put that there first. No. Maybe it's only the Italian ships that I can do the barbette trick on. That might be. Wouldn't that be funny if I could only make insane ships out of the Italian? Yeah, it won't let me do that. I mean, I can put that up there, but yeah, I think it might only let me do the ridiculous build for an Italian ship. Yeah, it won't let me do the main gun battery there either. Alright, well, I'm going to go check on my food, and then I'm going to refit the ship. So I will be right back again. Have some scrambled eggs with cheese, because cheese makes everything better. Put a little bit of salt. And... Alright. Let's go see how this came out. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Alright, so which ship are we going to butcher next? We'll do the French ship. Alright. You know what I ought to be doing is I ought to be labeling these ships that or the videos that I'm making, so I know which one is which. Because they're recording to the wrong one. 2240. Well, I'll just have to figure it out later. One 622. think it's that one. I think this one as well is. All right. So, which one is this? This is the. That's the other French battleship. No, that's the big French battleship. Yeah, that's the fortress battleship. Right, I am back. This one is the Chinese ridiculous ship. All right. All right, so here we go. I know what I'm doing now. I'll go put that up there. And we're going to go do the next ship. All right. Now it is time to refit a captured cruiser. And we are going to do I guess we're going to do this Chinese cruiser here, because that's the one we have selected. So let's go view this real quick. It's a 4,000-ton cruiser. And we are going to strip it bare and rebuild it from the ground up, I think. We want this thing to be super fast and keep up with our other ships. I don't know how fast we can make it. So that's going to be our first challenge, because we need these guys to go at least 20 knots. I really want them to go 22, but at least 20. So let's just strip this thing clean. And we're going to probably tweak that. Get it reduced. And we give it the technology we need to have. And we're just rebuilding this guy from the ground up. The crump armor, reinforced bulkheads, give it a citadel, anti-flood. Alright, so can we make it go 22 knots? We can. So 20 knots is 2,100 tons. And you go 20.5, that's not bad. 21, that's not bad either. So 22 gets big. 21 we can do. 21.5. We're getting there. And 22 makes it very, very... I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. Let's max out the armor. Whoops. That didn't work out. I want to click on that. We'll max out the armor. And give it some deck. We need to give it a front tower. Now, one of the things we could try to do... Oh, it doesn't like having... Oh, if it's narrow, it doesn't... Oh, look at that. We can't put any of these front towers anywhere. I mean, do that tower. Alright. This tower's huge. Holy crap. What's the difference in these guys? This one is... Well, that's a front tower one with a spotting of 1250. That's a 2200, 2500, and 1500. So this one sucks. So 2200, and this one here is huge. That's not going to fit. But this one here is not bad. We could do that. That's not awful. That's getting a little on the heavy side, though. So we may not be able to go this fast. I think we're not going to be able to. I think we're going to have to go like 21. And as far as engines go, we've got all these standard funnels. And we could do like a tiny tower right in here. We could probably put a barbette up this way. Put a barbette there, because sometimes we can put stupid guns on the inside, which it's not going to let us do. Sometimes it lets us do that, though. It might let us do a 5-inch gun. We could do a 5-inch gun. So let's think about what we want to do here. Realistically, with this guy, we're going to go probably 6-inch guns. We want this to be a fast cruiser. I'd love to go 22 knots, but that's so heavy. 21.5, maybe. So let's think about what we can... If we put, for main guns, if we go 6-inch guns, we don't have enough room to do multiple 6-inch guns. I mean, we could, but it's going to be hard to fit it in there. Let's see if we can put them in the back here. Because we could do 6-inchers like this, and then that's going to make it way too heavy, though. So that's kind of one of the problems we're going to have here. So let's think a little bit about how we want to do this. Because we're also going to need to have some barbettes. So what's our priority here? I mean, we could stick on a bunch of guns. We could do just a couple of 6-inch guns. We can even just do like one main gun and a bunch of secondaries, because this is a small ship. This is definitely a small... It'll let us put little guns up top also, which is kind of nice. So we can do some interesting things with it. What we could conceivably do is we could take this guy and do that. Now, it won't really let us do that, will it? So we can kind of tweak that around a little bit. We've got this this little tiny tower here. I mean, we could go for a better tower, but none of these towers add a lot of accuracy, so it's not really helping that much. So I don't think it's necessarily worth it. Now what we could do, you know, having some of these 5-inchers in here, you know, we could do a bunch of 5-inch guns and make this more like a light cruiser. You know, we have to have at least some... I have to have at least some 6-inch guns. Now, one possibility is we just put on a single 6-inch gun and then just go with all the rest 5-inchers. And that might be an interesting way to do it. Because this is a relatively small cruiser, so we don't have to hit... We don't have to necessarily do a lot of big stuff. Now, the other option is... we slow down a lot, we go to 20.5 knots. We fit all of our guns on there, or go 21 knots. And this might just be how we do it. And instead of worrying about this 5-inch gun, we just have more 2.9s, which work really well. So we do something like this. Now the problem is I want to get another secondary gun on that thing, which means I gotta scoot this thing back, which means I gotta scoot this forward. Like this. Or let's figure out how to, because this rear tower, this small watchtower, none of these really are going to make that big of a difference on our spotting. So we can just kind of have that little boxy thing there. We can stick this right up into it, which doesn't like that. And then we scooch these forward a little bit. Put that forward a little bit. And put that there. And this gives us an extra secondary gun in the back. That blocks off that traverse, though. If we take this off, though, this has a full 360, so that's actually better. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to have this facing backwards, and we're going to scooch these towers as far back as we can. Now the other possibility, though, actually, put you here. I want to do something kind of crazy and stupid. Sometimes, boom, just have the gun sticking right into there. That's kind of dumb and crazy, so we're going to do that, actually. Alright, so we can do this. That's actually pretty cool. Now, the other possibility is maybe this has a limited traverse. Maybe we take this guy and that has more of a forward offset, but this still has kind of a crappy, and it's got a 7% forward offset. And if we do this, has a 5%, and this still has the same angle of attack. So that doesn't really help that much. So this is definitely really nice here. So that's one option. Now the other option we can do is we could always go with a small super firing. And can we stick a 6-inch in front of it? No, we cannot. So that's as far forward as we can put the 6-inch gun. Can't put anything there. Can't fit anything there. So that's not going to work. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and put the barbette here. We'll put the 6-inch gun on top of it, and this gives it a nice field of fire anyway. We'll go for the 2.9 on top, and then we'll put a 2.9 in front like that. Now we've got a forward weight offset, which is bad. But, you know, we're going 21 knots, which is not bad. That's not bad at all. We've got great armor. We need to try and fix as much rear stuff as we can. And getting anything back here is going to be hard. So that's not going to really work. We could try some casemate guns. And that's adding quite a bit of, whoa, weird camera stuff. That's adding some weird stuff. We could try and put that back there, but that's 24 tons to do this. So that may not be the best use of our tonnage. We could also do a torpedo tube and stick it in the back there. And so for 9 tons we can... I hate having to do that, but that knocks off like 1%. 1.5%. If we go to the rear belt for the same 9 tons... we're actually doing better just simply adding aft belts. So that actually makes it perfect. So some of the guns have poor field of fire. I'm not sure which ones it's talking about because all these seem to work out pretty well. So this actually works out nicely. Engine efficiency is pretty decent. Now I do want more forward belt, so we'll try and tweak this up a little bit. One of the things I also noticed is I need this to have armor. Ooh. We're going to have a problem with the armor. We're going to have to go with probably 2-inch on the deck. I want to make sure we have armor for our turrets, because otherwise these things will be explodey. Oh, let's go TNT. And we need to kind of tweak this stuff a little bit. And we'll double check it here in a minute. That's going to be good against small ships. If we go capped, that's going to be good against cruisers. Other option is, what our flash fire chance is very low. Go picric acid, still not bad. Semi-armor piercing. And we're just going to light everything on fire. And that's going to be the plan there. So, now we have to figure out how we're going to deal with all of this. We're going to go with the 6-inch main belt, because we need to kind of tweak some of this a little bit. We might actually have to lessen our main belt a little bit, because we're going really fast. You know, speed is really important. But I think we're going to have to... I really want the heavy armor, but I don't want to sacrifice too much. And we have to shave off a little bit. We don't have a lot of places to shave from. We need at least 2 inches of main deck. We really want more than that. We can go... If we have to, we can go 5 inches of... I could drop some of the gun armor. I really don't want to do that. I mean, it's not great. We're going to mostly be going up against smaller stuff. We're not going to be hunting big ships with this. But these guys are going to potentially take a lot of hits, because look how much of the ship is gun turret. But the other option is we drop some inner deck. We don't need superstructure armor necessarily, but that's I really kind of do. I think it's probably better to do kind of like this. Now the problem is it's going to get shredded by small gunfire in the superstructure. So I really do need some superstructure, like an inch. Our conning tower sucks. We could drop an inch off the belt, or 1/10 of an inch off the belt, and get some conning tower. And this isn't bad, because this is going to be hunting small ships. It's got an awful lot of firepower. It's got 5 6-inch guns. 5 dual 6-inch guns. This is pretty good. You know, for a Chinese ship that we are kind of rebuilding and butchering, it's not bad. This is not bad at all, actually. So I think it fits our requirements. It's faster than 20 knots, ideally at least 21 knots. Got a lot of guns. It's well balanced. All right. Chinese ship designed to hunt down small craft. Let's call it good, and I'll probably do another video here in a minute. Okay, let me go and update. Let's see.
All right.
Which one is this? Is that the correct video? Yeah. Alright, so we're going to do the, we'll do the French cruiser next. Not sure how many people are watching me. I know it's probably boring watching me make all these little videos, but I thought I'd try something a little different tonight. I don't really have the energy to hardcore play it. I got to rebuild all of these ships. So, where's that other French ship? Oh, wow, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of those, too. Aragante. Alright, let's go make a video doing this one. And recording. Alright, so in our Refitting Enemy Ships series, we're going to now do a French cruiser. We captured this guy. Actually, we captured 13 of them, apparently. Which we need a bunch of cruisers. So let's go and refit this. And much like the others, we're probably just going to strip this one down. I mean, it looks kind of cool with all those little gun spots down below. But these are very small. So I don't know how we're going to fit everything on here that we need to fit. So, what are these funnels? Triple funnels. Wow. I think we're just going to strip this down to the bare bones. It's got a lot of stuff on it. But I think we're just going to strip it clean. There we go. Let's go. Maximum bulkheads, minimum crew. I want to go 21 knots. It's not very big. This thing is very small. So let's go and give it all the tech we need. Just kind of our minimum armor and so this doesn't really leave a lot of room for stuff. Alright, so what we're probably going to do, we need a good front tower. This is 1350 spotting range, which is not good. This one's a much more compact 1250. So we're losing 100 feet. We get a lot of space. We gain a lot of space because with this one here, I've got to put it up front. I can put it here. Can I put funnels on it? No, I cannot. No, I cannot. No, so I don't like that. If I can't put funnels... So let's go with a front tower 3. And... how many funnels do I need? That's 23 versus 6. Alright, time to do math. Alright, let's pull out our calculator. So 84 divided by 6 is 14 tons per funnel capacity. Alright, let's go pull out the next calculator. And this one here is 92 divided by 6.5. That's less efficient, 14.15. 108 divided by 7. That's 15.4, so that's no good. Are these both 7.5? No. 114 divided by 7.5. It's 15.2. It's a little better. Oops, excuse me. 164 divided by 16. That's 10.25, so this is good. The dual funnel is good. And then, so that's just going to be a space concern. And then the triple funnel is going to be 228 divided by 23. And that's 9.1. So this triple funnel is actually great. But this takes up a lot of space. But that right there, I mean, that's everything we need. I mean, even this dual funnel. That dual funnel at 21 knots is everything we need. So we could do something like that. Because our other cruiser going 21 knots. So if we wanted to put some barbettes we want to do some 6-inch guns. As far as weight goes, now we can't mount secondary guns on top of these, can we? No, we cannot. Can we? What about the bigger? I don't think the French get to. No, the French are not awesome enough to put secondary guns on top of their mains, are they? Even if we do an 11. No. So they don't get to mount secondaries. Alright, so that's good to know. So if we want to do something like that, and that, so we do something like this. We need to have a secondary tower, which 0.8 versus 2. It might be worth it for the extra accuracy. Let's see. As far as barbettes go, we might be able to do duels like this. Do you still have a good turret? There we go. So now our forward weight offset's a little bit on the high side here, and so that's the best we can do for placing that. We put that there. So as far as secondary towers go, we're gonna have to go with a smaller tower. So this one here is a 1.5, that's a 2, 1, 0.8. So that's the best we can do there. Unless put you there. No, it just won't fit. And this we can't scooch back any further, so now what we could do is we could try putting a double funnel back there, shifting the engine weight back, and go with the rear tower 3 like this. Scooch that back. Scooch you guys back. And scooch you back. That gives this guy a lot of firepower. That's 6 dual 6-inch guns at 21 knots and good engine efficiency. That is a cruiser. That is a nice cruiser. I love this cruiser. And for secondaries, we're just going to go with these, with our favorite 2.9s, because those things are super good. Now we want conic, we want radio. We gotta make these long-barreled 6-inch guns. Uh-oh, he doesn't fit. That might be a little bit of a problem. That might be a little bit of a problem. Can I do a regular 3-inch gun here? No. Now regular 2-inch 1-barrel would work. That won't fit. Now I wonder why that's being a little choppy here. So he's got, why can he have a range of fire, but this... Alright, so let's try this again. So you only get... That's really weird. So I could do that. So that solves that. Now if I just make these regular 2-inch guns, now it's got the full field of fire. But I really kind of want the 2.9, so I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit. So let's see if I go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now let's take this thing off real quick. And does it affect it if... No. The tower doesn't affect it. Alright, so... Womp womp. We're going to need to have some barbettes. And we're going to have to adjust some armor here. Oh, we balanced it out perfectly. Look at that. That was completely unintentional, and it just worked out. Now the next thing we can do is we could put some casemate guns in here, which I don't think are super necessary. We're pushing it on the tonnage. We could add them later, because I'd rather have a little more armor than some guns. Because we've got all these secondaries here, which have, for the most part, great fields of fire. So having a limited... These would be really... I think it's a waste of tonnage. We're not going to do that. So... Hey, JP. So anyway... I think we're just going to leave it like this. This is really well balanced. And then we're going to add some inner deck. I really want more gun armor. Forges might be all we can get. I'm going to go for picric acid. And we're going to go for more DACA. And we're going to have to drop a little bit of tonnage, but our flash fire chance is good. And I really like the idea of just lighting everything on fire with this thing. So, where can we shave? We got to shave, you know, like 25 tons, 30 tons. I think what we'll do, we can shave the belt, which I don't like doing. Now this is going to be hunting small ships, so it's not the end of the world. I think that's the best place to shave, and then later when we get more... Oh, we need barbettes still. Oh, this is going to be troublesome. We'd have to shave 100 tons if we put that on. I mean, we need the barbettes at least a little bit. I go to 1 inch of main deck, but that's going to be really pushing it. I mean, on a 6-inch gun, if we were not using picric acid, let's say we're using TNT with capped ballistic shells, our deck penetration would be 0.9 inches at 15,000 meters. So I think 1 inch of deck is doable. TNT weighs a lot less, but I think we're gonna risk the plunging fire. And we're gonna lower. Really don't want to lower the deck too much. We need the aft deck for the weight. I'm a little worried about plunging fire from the front, but most of that's going to hit our... Most plunging fire from the front is going to hit our gun turret tops. They're not going to really hit our deck that much. So we're probably okay. I really don't want to lose our perfect balance. We could drop the top armor off of that a little bit, but I don't really like it. So we're going to probably keep it like that. And then can we scooch something forward? That's a little too much forward. Now what we could do is I could scooch this back like that, and then that puts us back in our original predicament. There we go. And then actually we're going to have some conning tower. I think we're just going to... There we go. So, here's our French cruiser. It's got 21 knot speed, which is good. It's got a shorter range, but that's okay. It's tough. It's reasonably tough. I could add some more armor, but it's reasonably tough. It's got plenty of ammo for long, protracted fights, because running out of ammo is our biggest problem when fighting off the hordes of enemy small ships. It's very blasty. It's perfectly balanced. And it's got a lot of firepower. I mean, that is a wall of firepower. Holy crap, that's a lot of firepower. So I think we're solid. I think we're really solid. That's a good friendship. We're gonna make a lot of these because we captured like 13 of them or something. So we're in good shape. So this gets our cruisers built out. We still have some light cruisers that we captured. I don't remember how many we captured of those, and I'll check those out in a bit. And thanks a lot. Okay, there we go. Hey JP, I'm on Discord by the way. If you wanna hang out. Yeah, so I'm just doing a casual stream tonight. The project I was working on just went badly, and I was like, fuck it, and I decided to take a break. And so I am going through all of these ships I have to refit. Fucking 13 of them. And so we're refitting all the captured enemy ships to, kind of our base specifications. And honestly, these captured crews are gonna be nice. These things are gonna rock pretty hard. Still have plenty of tonnage left. We've got, what ships do we have? We've got these 12 light cruisers here. Are these 1,000-ton cruisers? How the hell do you have 1,000? That can't be right. There's no way it's a 1,000-ton light cruiser. What the fuck is this thing? That's not a cruiser. It's like a destroyer. Hell, this thing's not much bigger than a torpedo boat. Oh my goodness. What the hell can we do with this thing? Well, now I know why these things are so lightly armed, because they don't have any room for anything. I don't know what to... It is cute and tiny. I don't know what to make of this thing. I mean... $12.50... The front tower looks like a shack. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at here. I mean, it's kind of cute and tiny. I just don't know what to do with it. Um, if I go with this better, I mean, this front tower here isn't going to work. That's only got an 800 spotting, 2.5 accuracy. So this minimal tower would be better. But I think I need to have a look at this tower. It looks like a shack. It looks like something you'd see on a fishing boat. I mean, I'd want to go 5-inch gun so I get a barbette. Not that that seems to. I have to go 5.1s. But this thing's too small for 5-inch guns. Oh my god, I can just put a whole... I just have a whole broadside of 2-inch guns, Jesus. I mean, the firing arcs suck. Go dual funnel. When I could do that, doesn't really leave a lot of room for... do something like this. I guess. I mean... .3, so I might as well go with the extra. I mean, I could go with just a whole bunch of 4-inch guns. It's only a 10-kilometer range, though. I don't like it. Or I go for 5.1s. I mean, this has no barbette. It's only got a 7.6% chance of a flash fire, though. If we put one of these on, 11.9, 9.1, honestly, it's... I might as well just have nothing but 4-inch guns. I think I'd want to just go just straight up 4-inch and just have it small and just volume of fire. Or I could go with... Go with ye old 2.9. The 2.9 is 12 tons. And has an 8.5 kilometer range. 14 tons. 9 kilometer range. It's a 9.8. 8.5. I'm tempted just to go with these 4s, but I really want at least a 10 kilometer range. I wonder why these have such a short range. These have a 9.9. Well, if I'm going to go with a 4.9, I might as well go with a 5.1. I mean, I could just simply... I mean, I could just stick on a whole shit pile of, then they won't turn properly. I mean, I could do some barbettes also. But with 1,000 tons, I need to save all the tonnage I can get.
How's it going?
Hey, JP.
Can you put barbettes down the center and and then max the beam out, and then put 2.5s or 2 point somethings down the sides?
I mean, oh, there's not enough tonnage for me to do. You know, I kind of don't even think I want to do secondary. I think I'm just going to do just the 4-inch guns. Just have a wall of 4-inch guns.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could put the mount the 4 inches, mirroring on the side on those side mounts.
But there's not enough tonnage, though. I mean, if it's a 1,000-ton ship.
Uh,
I don't know if I want to make a video of doing this tiny, stupid ship or not. So what I've been doing is, I've been refitting the ships. I've been making a video of each of the attempts.
That's neat, actually. 8. What? 4.9s or
They're just straight up 4s. Close up volume of fire. I mean, it's not great. I don't know what I would use these for, because I can't really use these in a... I mean, now one option is to just go with longer range guns and have them shoot at some distance, but I don't think they're going to be... They're not going to lock on very fast.
How many torpedo tubes does it have?
None. I mean, how many can it
No,
have?
no, I don't mean how many did you put on it. I mean how many places does it have?
3 on each side, 1 at the front and back.
Yeah, okay, so that's what the hull is. It's the French torpedo cruiser.
Yeah.
That's why it's so bloody small.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be tempted to do a bunch of 2.9s instead, but the 4s have a longer range.
Exactly. And you're kind of getting to the era of where you do need to be able to, hit things at, 3, 4, 5 kilometers.
Well, I need to hit things at 10 kilometers, really. I mean, 5 kilometers is what I optimize for.
You want to hit things at 10 kilometers. You need to hit them at 3. The admirals, want in one hand, and then
oh, there we go. Right there. That balances it out perfectly.
Yeah.
So... Oh, I could do turret armor, which I totally forgot to do. So, I'm tempted to... I'd like to make a video of it, of me building this thing out, although I don't know if it's worth it, because it's kind of a boring... I don't know if this is a cool-looking design or not.
I like it.
I mean, should I go make a video of me rebuilding it? It's already so...
Your disbelief at its size, is kind of amusing.
Yeah. I could start it over, and I could just be like, what the hell is this?
Your comment about, that's, not much bigger.
It really isn't much bigger than a destroyer, or sure, a torpedo boat. It's...
Yeah, a torpedo boat was what I was going to say.
This thing is so tiny. I mean, I could cut out the video, but honestly, it's just easier for me to for me to record one while I'm doing it. Or maybe we don't worry about this one. I mean, this is pretty cool. Mostly because I got it perfectly balanced, otherwise I'd be mad.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with it and redo it.
Yeah, I think I better leave it alone.
Yeah, you may never find that balanced spot again.
Yeah, I guess we'll add some... I don't know if I can add any more speed. No. We're going to leave it at 21 knots. I mean... 7.2... 21.3... 21.2 is... Well, I could scooch this gun back a little bit and... I mean, that right there, I mean, that's perfect. I mean, the pitch and roll suck, but for a 1,000-ton ship, I mean, what do you expect? And there we go. We do that. Oh, he's got a 2-inch superstructure. It's a lot more than I thought it would have. But, I mean, for how tiny it is, this thing's armored great. I mean, it's got 2 inches all around, basically. This thing is actually armored really great for how tiny it is. You're breaking up bad. Oh my god.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
That was crazy. You were making like max headroom there for a minute with the audio.
Haven't heard that in a while. So... I mean, because compared to how awful this thing was before, I mean, man, this would make a really cool video just to show...
The transformation from awful to amazing
Yeah.
on 1,000 tons.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even a good name for the video.
Amazing transformation.
The 1,000 ton makeover from awful to awesome.
You know what I'm going to do? Well,
No.
no, because I know if I save this design and then I go and do it again, it might really screw it up. That would have actually been a really good video. I really don't want...
Go use a disposable save of the game to do it on. Save the game into the number 4 slot or something, and then load the number 4 slot, and do the refit there, make the video there, and then come back to the proper save.
That's a good idea.
That's me. I'm the idea man.
Well, I can save this, and then I'll just go and do the... Because this is basically
Exactly.
perfect.
Yes.
I'll save this
Absolutely.
one, and then what I'll do is I'll do another refit video, and I just won't bother saving the other one. And actually, I know how I'm going to do this. So let's. I'm going to be right back. Give me a moment. And
You
we'll
want
do
me
this.
to keep hearing the recording?
Yeah, you can hang out during the recording. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I know how I'll do it. Alrighty, it has gotten super cold. Even cold by my standards, like 10 degrees out or 15 degrees out or something. And so I thought that gym shorts and a t-shirt was not going to quite cut it anymore. So now we are doing sweatpants and flannel. So much better. All right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and record this. All right, our next video in the refitting. Whoops, I have the wrong thing turned on. Hold on a minute. Let's go and there we go. Have the right screen on. All right, our next video in our refitting captured enemy ship series is going to be a French light cruiser. However, I accidentally already refitted it, so I'm going to show you what we did, because this thing turned out awesome, but I was just kind of screwing around with it during the stream, and I really don't want to risk messing it up. So it's 1,000 tons, like 1,200 tons. I'm like, oh my god, this thing is not much bigger than a destroyer. It's basically a small destroyer. It's JP thinks it's the, what do you say it was? Is the French torpedo cruiser hull?
Yeah, it's the what they call their torpedo cruiser. Just means more underwater tubes.
But we're not going to
And
use it for
tiny.
that. It is very tiny. And so we got it going a little over 21 knots, which is our minimum. We have the
It's
modern...
French and cute.
Huh?
It is French and cute.
It is French and cute. We got the modern tech going on. We have an impressive amount of armor with nearly 2 inches of armor pretty much everywhere. And we stripped everything off and we just covered it in these 8 4-inch guns. And this guy is... he's got one job, and that is to kill enemy torpedo boats. Maybe kill enemy destroyers as well. Just kill torpedo boats dead. But what did this start out as? Because this is pretty awesome. And you're thinking maybe, oh wow, maybe the French had a really awesome ship to begin with. No. No, let's go back in time a little bit. And where's this little guy? This one. So this is what it started as. Let's go load this up here. It started out as a very boring, tiny cruiser with gigantic guns. As soon as it finishes loading, I'll show it to you. There we go. It's got these 2 giant derpy guns. And if we look up here at the... these are 2 6-inch guns. And then it's got 3 1-inch guns. Or no, 3 5.6-inch guns, I'm sorry. 8 underwater torpedo tubes and a bunch of mines. Which, I mean, I guess it's okay. But it's, it's kind of unbalanced, way unbalanced at the front, not very engine efficient, it's slow. And so when I hit the refit button at first, it's like, boom, nothing fits. And it's like, how do you get this thing from such a garbage ship? So you just got to go wipe everything clean and then just go down the list of, maximum bulkheads. We'll give it the drop. We want the 21.2 knots. Then you got to go through all the tech we want.
Reminds me of the Marla Hooch makeover scene in League of Their Own.
Yeah, yep, that is true.
What do you recommend? A lot of night games.
Yeah, a lot of night games indeed. And so, then we just kind of redo the whole thing, and then it's just a matter of, can we squeeze on the 4-inch gun. And because this thing's so tiny, it's not even worth putting... It's not even worth putting barbettes. We just want to try and... this spot here is hard to get. And then it's just a matter of, can we just squeeze on as many... as many guns as possible. Throw on the make this enhanced tower fit, which we had to make the beam a little bit bigger to get it to fit. And then we had to get our towers there. And then the small watchtower in the back. And that's basically how we did. Then we added armor, we balanced it out. But that's, just taking the ship, just completely redoing it. And until we ended up with something much nicer. And here's the final product. And it's a nice ship. For a 1,000-ton ship, I'm a little bit worried it's going to get the snot blown out if anybody looks at it funny. But it's got good armor. It's got a low flash fire chance. So it's got the picric acid. And it's... where's its detect? It's got a spotting range of 4,000 meters. It's got a detectability of 3,500 meters. So we've got that sweet spot where maybe, especially against big ships, we can hit things. And I bet this thing will work great against torpedo boats. So,
as long as you don't ask it to go up against, I don't know, heavy cruisers with 9-inch guns.
Oh, that would suck so much. And I'll just use these as little escort ships, and they'll just kind of babysit. Just babysit kind of whatever, because these are going to be scattered all over the place, and we'll just, instead of gathering them up, we'll just kind of assign them to babysit fleets, like I would with a destroyer. I'm basically going to use these like a destroyer. It's basically what it is. So
maybe plant those all in the Indian Ocean and let them, you protect your transports.
Yeah, once I get to that point. Or if I have a battle line, stick these somewhere in the middle of the battle line just to provide, where they're going to be safer from enemy fire, but where they can, protect against the torpedo boats. Or just have them, I'd probably just control them separately. Have them kind of behind the battleships, or put the battleships between these guys and the enemy, and just have them sitting around to go take pot shots at torpedo boats. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, so that's what we got. Hope you like this video, and let's go see what other messes we can make. Alright, so we got that one recorded. We're going to call this Awesome CL 1,000-ton. Alright, so let's go refit all of these. And we got like 13 of them or something. I have a whole lot of them.
Well, you did get, basically the whole French Navy.
Yeah, it's just what was left. I didn't realize all those light cruisers were so small. Let's see, what else do we have? So we have the...
They're fun sized, Bob.
What?
They're fun sized.
They are definitely fun sized. Oh my god, midget cruisers. And we've got this one here. I actually really like the French designs. I think I could do a lot with them. And here's a Milan. That's going to be kind of a crappy cruise. I don't like that cruiser. That's not going to be very interesting to refit. That's going to be a really old 1890s three-mast cruiser. You know, the Milan there. Do you see which one I'm looking at?
Not yet.
Oh, I haven't caught it. Yeah, there, you should see it now.
Yeah.
I'm not excited about that one. I'm thinking the, I'll do, the Talisman.
You could certainly put a lot of 4-inch guns on that one, though.
Yeah. Let's go try this cruiser out. Alright, so we're going to go record another one. And here we go. Alright, so we're gonna refit another French light cruiser, but this one's going to be a little bit bigger. This one, we're going to refit these talismans. We got 4 of them that we stole from the French. I mean, we liberated them. And so, let's see what we can do with these guys. This is about the size as those armored cruisers we stole. I mean, liberated. And these have a lot... Acquired, yes. They've got a lot of these casemate guns. Doesn't look... you know, kind of typical AI design. I'm sure it's somewhat realistic. I'm sure they had cruisers like this, but I don't know. I think we can do better. So let's go refit this. And once again, we want to make this thing our part of our small fleet. They have all these little 1.9s, huh? So I guess they maxed out all those casemates there. Well, what I think I'm going to do is, once again, we're just going to go for a fresh start. I mean, we could refit all this pretty quickly, but I don't mind taking my time on these. So we're just going to go fresh start this. Go minimum crew, maximum draught. Now this one had maximum bulkheads, which was nice. We're going to go 21 knots. This front tower, 1350 spotting. Let's try... Well, that's a very big front tower. This one's a much more reasonable front tower. Because if we go with this, giant front tower, it eats up a lot of deck real estate, and I can't put any funnels inside of it. So it's basically, and that's a lot of eaten up deck real estate. I don't like that. So we're going to go for the smaller front tower 3. It's not quite as good, but so we can either stick it back here, which is too far back. So we'll have to put it like right there, probably. If we make the beams smaller, it still fits. Now, as far as guns on this thing, oh yeah, let's go get the tech we need. Do spoilers, the multiple expansion, unbalanced, hydraulic, good armor, reinforced bulkheads, anti-flood, citadel, targeting, radio. That eats up a lot of tonnage right there. Now, I mean, the armor on this thing's surprisingly good for an AI build. If we go with a 5-inch gun, do these things get barbettes? We got the barbette there. We don't get it right there. We want our picric acid, because we're going to be going for just fire builds. And our flash fire chance here, 9.1. That's not bad, actually. Now, if we... And, let's see, what's the... We could have a range of 12 kilometers, which is nice. I mean, that's not bad. I think that's what we're doing with our other cruisers, but they get barbettes. Now, if we go to 5.1, now we could have barbettes up here, which will help a little bit against the flash fire. So we could do something like that, you know, with our 12-kilometer range. Or if we do 4-inch guns, we'll stick you there for now, just for comparison. And he's got a 9.8, so 4-inch by 30 or a 5-inch by 41. I mean, that's much better range. That's pretty good range. Or we could go with a 6-inch gun. That's a Mark II. And that 6-inch gun is pretty darn huge. And this puts our flash fire chance up to 13. This thing has a 14-kilometer range. Now, here's our dilemma. 6-inch gun definitely can have barbettes. It's going to be armored. If we look at the weight comparison, the 14-inch gun weighs very little. Now, it doesn't have any armor. I mean, if we were to add 2 inches of armor... Oops. I mean, if we add whatever armor we can, we get up to 15 tons. It is much, much lighter than the 5-inch gun. So, but it has a much shorter range. You know, less than 10 kilometers, we got 12 kilometers, and then we've got 14. I don't think we could put multiple 6-inch guns on here, because we're also limited a little bit by the weight. So let's table this for just a moment, and let's go check out these funnels. Now 2 funnels will give us the capacity we need. And we could just go with this, like, rear tower 1. This rear tower 4 has a 2 accuracy. That's a lot bigger. This doesn't even fit. That doesn't fit. That doesn't fit. Well, that doesn't really fit, does it? That's really annoying. But we could put it here for some reason. That's a little odd, but okay. I don't know why we can put it here. And that can't go any further back. It has to go right there. Now, if we make the beam wider, it still won't let us put it any further back. So it's not a width problem. It'll let us put it... put it somewhere like that. So maybe what we do is we put a funnel here, and we put you there, and we put a funnel there. I mean, that's a little weird, but it's a French it's a French ship. So and as far as the secondary towers go, I mean it's one extra accuracy. It's not really that big of a deal, and it's some tonnage and it's a lot of space as well. You know, we could widen it up and try and fit more. You know, if we widened it up, let's say to here, well, that doesn't really want to fit back there, does it? We'd have to stick it right here. And so we're still kind of in the same predicament. So now it just comes down to how much deck real estate do we want to spend, and how fast do we want this thing to go. So let's compare, without any funnels, let's just compare speed. So at 21 knots, if we have the minimum beam, our available tonnage is about 1,230 tons, let's say. If we go big, our available tonnage is actually not that much less. I mean, this is only, you know, we've got 1,100 and change. And so maybe it's worth it to have the extra beam just to make it a little bit fatter and chunkier, to be able to hold more and be a little bit more resilient and have more invasion tonnage. Because that's adding a bit of invasion tonnage. Our range is not really affected. Well, our range goes way up when, look at that. We get a lot more range. Now, the other options, we go like 22 knots. That gives us a lot more. We can go 22 knots and be a lot faster for not that much extra tonnage. We're only, what, 2,400 tons? We're getting an extra 200 tons, basically. We can't do that, but I mean, we could go 22 knots, and that would be pretty solid. 20. Now, a lot of our cruisers so far we've been doing at 21 knots, so that works out. You know, that works out pretty well. So, other than the speed, so we can adjust the speed, tweak the speed up or down. You know, 22 knots would be a nice. And then we lose some engine efficiency. We could go with a. You know, we could go with a bigger funnel. It doesn't really seem to help that much. So I think we're going to keep it at 21 for now, because that's probably fast enough. And let's go with the small secondary tower right here. And the other funnel. So if we want to go with 6-inch guns, which might be a little bit much, we could stack. Oh, we can't get a barbette up here. There's not enough room to put a barbette here. So that's going to be a big limitation. And we can't really get a barbette in the back either. So we could do. Oh, that's weird. It's not going to let us. We're going to have some weird boat problems. So we could do a we might have to do a barbette just to be able to shoot over the stupid boats. So we do something like this. You know, if we want like 3 big guns, which But realistically, our main target with these are going to be the enemy light ships. So we could do the big guns, but maybe that's not the best idea. You know, the flash fire chance, 13%, that's not bad. I mean, it's really not. And these things will have a rockin' range. You know, 11 kilometers, and if we increase the gun barrel length, I mean, we got 14 kilometer range, which is very respectable. Kind of a slow rate of fire. Now, these things really want to have like all of their casemate guns, which we could stack those up, and you know, these things have almost a 10 kilometer range. I mean, that's not bad. And maybe we have to use a bunch of these just for splatting little ships. We could put 4-inch guns here on the sides, and that might be what we end up doing. Maybe we just stack this thing up with a bunch of 4-inch guns, because if we stack this guy up, with the long barrel 4-inch guns, and go 1. We can get 2 4-inch guns here in the front. And let's find the spot. There we go. We can put 2 in the back. Now right here we're kind of stuck. I could put 1 of those there. So we could have a 4-inch gun there and a 4-inch gun, oops, there. Just to be able to shoot over these stupid boats. I mean, we could also try to have, you know, try to put secondaries here along the side. And that might not be such a bad idea. And so we could look at moving this tower, or moving the funnel back, and then going with the bigger secondary tower. But then we have to widen the ship again, and then we lose a lot of range. And right now range is important because we're having trouble fueling up. So we could do that. And we might be able to put some, you know, you could put like some secondary guns right here, let's say. Which I don't know if that's something I really want to do or not. I mean, I could. It's not going to hurt. Or I could try to put one in the middle. If I tried to stick some more 4-inch guns, that just won't fit, obviously. Well, I could do it like this, actually. That's interesting. Didn't. There we go. So that's a lot of 4-inch guns. And this might be what we end up doing. I mean, it's got, 21 knots is okay. This is going to kill the hell out of small ships. It's kind of heavy in the back, but we can fix that. And we want to probably lower some of these decks here. Now the problem is these 4-inch guns don't have a lot of... They don't have a lot of armor. So there is a chance that they're going to get smacked. And that's the downside, but we can squeeze a lot of them on. So... Oh, then we gotta scooch this gun forward maybe a little bit. Oh, that's gonna be a little hard to adjust. Can we squeeze you back a bit? There we go. I don't like having... Maybe I can adjust this one instead. That's got a really good fire arc that I like. So do I trade this fire arc or do I trade the other fire arc? I think I... There we go. So that's pretty good right there. That gets the ship all balanced out, and it's nice and fast. I can add more armor to it. These casemates can get a lot of armor. It's surprising. These guns on top are a little bit vulnerable, and that's going to be a problem, but maybe it won't be too bad. Then from here, we try going double hull. That'll help. Now we got to take this gun back. There we go. Get that balanced out again. So we still have some tonnage left. So let's go 21.2. We can go 22 knots. We're going to lose some engine efficiency, but maybe it's not a bad thing because we're getting some speed. And we could try to... Well, let's see how much faster we can go. 22.2, 22.4. We could also try sticking on more secondary guns, but there aren't really any places to put them. So that's not really viable. I could try increasing... $22.5. My 23 is right out. Well, actually, 22.8. I mean, the engine efficiency kind of sucks at this point. We still have good range. Now, the other option is I could always go 22 knots, and we could try to increase the range. And that might be the better idea on these things, and make these things just kind of longer ranged cruisers. But these guys are going to be generally attached to to my fleets, so I don't know if I need the.
The downside is that only gets one more broadside 4-incher than that little
I know.
1,000-tonner does.
I mean, I can go 21.7 knots and maximum range, and this could be. I mean, that's pretty long range ship. Now, do I need it to have long range? Realistically, I'm going to be using these more for invading. These are going to be more like invasion ships and stuff. They're not really going to be raiding the same way that my existing light cruisers are, so it may not be that big of a deal. I don't know. What do you think, JP? Go for the range or go for the speed?
If you're going to operate the fleet rather than with on their own, match them to the battleship's speed.
Yeah.
And take more.
Yeah, because the newer battleships, I'm trying to make like 22 knots.
What's the max speed you can get out of this? 21?
This I can get. I think I can get 23 knots. If I go. So
go 21 or 22, and then take the rest in range.
I can go 22.8 knots, and that's not bad. If I go 22 and some range, I can get it up there pretty good. Now I do want to try and balance you again. Of course, tweaking the there we go. So that got it balanced. And then I guess I'll stick it into conning tower. It's about as good as we're gonna. There we go. That's not bad. I mean, the engine efficiency's lacking a little bit. I think it'll get better when I develop the turbines. But we've got a really good range. It's not bad, and it's fast. It's 22 knots.
Good speed, good range. That's two of the factors you're wanting.
Yeah, because I'm going to be using these with my fleets for invading like secondary nations and whatnot. I want them to be able to run away from stuff. So this isn't bad. All right, here's my pretty good light cruiser. Let's just double check, make sure I didn't do anything dumb. Yeah, we got everything. Everything's there. All right, pretty good light cruiser. Maybe that's what I'll call it. Alright, so we got that one done. Pretty good CL. That's what we'll call that video. And then we'll upload a bunch of these yeah, so I'm not actually using any torpedoes in any of my cruisers because they're really splody, and I'm not worried about big ships. I'm trying to kill mostly enemy torpedo boats and destroyers, at least with these ships that I'm refitting. so let's get you guys refitted. Boop. Alright, so I can... What else do I have to refit? I've got these Milan cruisers, which I don't think I'm going to bother making a video about these because they kind of suck. So I'm just going to kind of get these up to snuff anyway, unless you think it's worth doing something with them. But this just sort of...
Just get them up to usable.
Yeah, because I don't think these are going to make an interesting video to watch me refit this old thing. This is surprisingly... It might it might be worth it to redo the video just to watch these. Those are 6.8-inch guns, just to watch it go blonk. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make a video on this. I'm gonna call it "Fixing an Awful Design." All right, so let's go get my starting screen going. All right, the next cruiser refit video that we're gonna do, this is gonna be funny. We are gonna be fixing an awful design. So here is a older style French cruiser that we commandeered 3 of them when they surrendered to us, and it is very old. And it's an old 3-mast cruiser, light cruiser design. It's probably one of the original cruisers that they started with, and it's very small. I don't know what we're going to use it for. We're just going to put it in part of our invasion fleet for, just escorting the bigger ships, killing small things. And it's got a bunch of 6.8-inch guns. So when I hit the refit button, bonk. Yeah, none of this fits. You don't need 6.8-inch guns on a 2,800-ton cruiser. So let's go. You know what? This just isn't even salvageable. Let's just strip it. Boom. There we go. So we're taking it all off. And let's give it... I don't know if this thing can even do 21 knots either. It might be able to. Let's see what we can do with it. Let's get all the tech up to snuff. There we go. And the best tower we have is this front tower 4. And that's really big, so we're going to go with the front tower 3, which we're going to stick... We can stick it back here even. I wonder, can we put a barbette right here? We can. So we could theoretically put a gun, like a 4-incher. Yeah, we do some 4-inch guns here. So let's... We're probably going to have this thing... We need to figure out how many funnels we need. We have the small funnel. Those are big. One... Oh, we're going to need a lot of these, aren't we? We're going to have to... I might have to stick that up front there, actually. That's it. 1, 2... Do we get the induced boilers? We did. Oh, this design... This is going to be so... Actually, I'm curious. On the main tower, on this... that takes up a lot of space there, doesn't it? Can I put... I can't put a funnel inside of it. So... I can only put that up front there. I don't like that spot. I could put something here. That's going to be... I don't know, if we put something up there, you know, ideally I want to be able to put a bunch of... Let's go put a 4-inch gun in the back, just so we can get this thing scaled out properly. Get our Conic 2 and our radio. Yeah, so we can't really put anything. We could put a couple. Oh, it really wants us to do the double guns, doesn't it? I really don't want to do double. I really don't want to do double gun turrets. Yeah, it really wants us to do that, because that's a lot of extra weight. Now the range on this is 10 kilometers, which isn't bad. It's not awful. We go 5-inch guns for our main guns. With the longer barrel. There's no reason to go 6-inch, because that's just going to be too... I mean, we could do a 6-inch gun, but then that's just like all we're getting. We're just getting a 6-inch gun, and this thing's just... I mean, 39 tons, it's not super awful. We'd have to go 5.1s to get the barbette. Now, if we go with picric acid and ballastite, go with the increased ammo, heavy shells. Our flash fire chance is... where you at? 11%, 11.9. And if we only have the 4-inch gun, then it's 7.6. So this isn't awful. It's not awful. Now, if we do go with the extra tower, or the extra funnel, we can put that there. That's taking up a lot of our real estate. Now, we can still go secondary guns. You know, we can have a lot of, like, secondaries. And that may not be a bad thing. We go with the 2.9s that we like. And these have 9-kilometer range. It's not awful. That'd give us some close-up torpedo boat protection. There's not really anything. I really want to put something in here, and we can't. I mean... Now, one possibility, we go like that. Now, so we can't put a... We can't put anything in here. It just won't let us. It's really inconvenient in that sense. And it won't let us drop the tower down. Actually, we could... Oh, you know what we could do? We could put this tower here. Put the secondary tower there. Go with the overly large front tower up front. And then we just have the 5-inch gun up front. Just a single 5-inch gun. Because otherwise, if we do a main tower 3, there's not really enough room We could put a barbette there, but then there's not enough room to put a second gun. That doesn't really do us a lot of good. So maybe we do the main tower, because I mean this thing already looks dumb anyway. And go put that there. Go with the 5-inch gun up front. I mean, we could do the 2 5-inch guns that they like to do a lot of, but I don't see why we need 2 of them. I mean, I guess it's so we can have better firing angles and stuff. So and that's the real question. We want to go with the 5-inch or we want to go with the 4. We want to go with the we do a 5.1 so we can get the barbette. And that has the range of 12 kilometers, or the 4-inch gun has a range of 9.8. I mean, that's a big difference. So I think we're going with 5.1s, or we could go 5.9s, just so we don't have the big. It's 12.2 kilometers. It's not that big of a range increase. And these then weigh more than the 6-inch guns, but they don't take up quite the space. So like we can never put a 6-inch gun up front. That'd just be too big. And this only adds 0.2 kilometers of range. The accuracy, it's a 2.4 at 5,000 meters. That's not bad. 56 tons. And if we take this to 0.1, we lose a lot of tonnage, and we don't lose a lot of accuracy. So maybe what we do is we try to put that there. We could do something like this, so we don't block the 5-incher, because there we go. We go right like that. That's not great. That's better. So if we do this, and then we have the main gun off to the side, we do something like that. I mean, that's a very front-heavy ship, though. I don't know if the... let's try and look at this thing from the top. How do the firing arcs look? They look about the same, so it doesn't really matter which way the gun's pointing. So we got that option there, but I think the 5.1s is where we're going. Now the problem is we can't really put a lot of them on here. I mean, the other option is we go 2 of them like that, and then go 2.9s up here. And, you know, it's not fantastic. Try and jack up the belt. Let's see here. Let's go 1 inch on the back. And there we go. That's perfectly balanced. That worked out pretty well. I mean, this has got a lot of little guns on it. It's not super fast. It's okay fast. We need barbettes. There we go. We got barbettes. And we need armor on the turrets. The 2.9s don't have any armor at all, and that is a problem. Can the 3-inch guns get armor? No, they cannot. So, let's go. Add superstructure. Add conning tower. So, this isn't awful. It's not great. It's not awful. We can add a little bit of range. Although now we have some forward offset. So the range is okay. 10,000 kilometers. So we can do something like that. And we need to shift the weight backwards just a smidge. No, we're not doing it with that. There we go. We're doing it like that. So we got it perfectly balanced now. I don't really like the guns. It's like an older design. It's more of an older age of sail with relying on its broadsides, but it's what we got. Can we add a little bit more to our 5-inch gun? And this is probably as much. There we go. It's probably as much as we're gonna get out of it. This thing's okay. It's not good. It's good. It's a good enough. It's a good enough ship. It gets the job done, and it's good enough. So, all right, that's what we got. A good enough light cruiser. Let's save it. Oh my God! I exited without saving. Well, I'm stupid. Huh. Well. Would you look at that? I messed that up. Alright, well, blooper reel it is. Thanks for watching, guys. I guess we'll pack it up. I'll rebuild it again in my off time. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh God. Did you see that?
I did. Oh my gosh. That was indeed a blooper reel.
Oh no. Alright, let's go redo the fucking thing. And I went through a lot of effort to make it not suck.
And that was hard.
That was hard. That's one of my harder refits. Yeah, this is why I normally don't capture enemy ships, because it's not worth the trouble when I can just build my own that are going to be better anyway. What was it, 21 knots that I did? Oh, you know what I can do? I can cheat. I can pull up the good enough light cruiser.
Oh, right.
And then let's take it right up to the end. And I'll just go look and see what I did on it. Be nice if I could see. There we go. So it's 21 knots. And then I had double hull, had the anti-flood, and then the main gun was a was a 5.1. And let's see, where do I tweak the alright, so I had a 3-inch main belt. Oh, so we need to get these done. I think I had the barbette 3. I had the
Oh.
those funnels. Rear tower 1. I had the big main tower. And then I had the 2.9s. And I had these right here. And then I had that there. I had .9s up there. Had a main gun up here. It's actually pretty close. Then I had the forebelt of 2 inches, aft belt of 3 inches, main deck of 3 inches, aft deck was 1 inch, foredeck is 0.3, conning tower was 6 inches, that was 1 inch. Now why is the forward weight offset so much? Let's see, I had 3 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch. Oh, because I had, these were double guns. Alright, so there we go. So that's pretty close. I still have an aft weight of 0.3. Yeah. Alright, so that's close enough. I think I can figure it out from here. Once I tweak the I had a 5.8 conning tower, 1.1. .2. Alright, so how come I have the that I had how did I have, that's weird, my aft weight is off. I've got basically the same build. 323.31. I've got all that the same, but my aft belt is off. I can do that. Well, it's a little bit off, but it works. I probably had these guns scooched back a little bit more or something. Well, this is good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Am I forgetting anything else? No. And I'm going to remember to save it this time because I'm only stupid once. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that. That was so dumb.
I've still got you beat on dumbest move. I was going to put my whole fleet into in being after a war to save money.
And you accidentally deleted them all?
And I hit scrap and said,
oh no.
So there I was sitting with nothing but the 10 ships that I had in the building queue that were almost done. That's it.
That's rough. Alright, what else do I still have to rebuild? I've done all of these. I've got this single light cruiser here. Oh no, that is a stupid light cruiser. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and hang my head in shame, and then I'm gonna rebuild this ridiculous light cruiser. We'll call it the stupidest rebuild ever. I'll be right back. I have to do this because this is just too dumb. Alright, let's... Alright, let's go record another one of these videos. Here we go. Alright, I'm back. After my last screw up, any sane person would be like, okay, I'm done and go to bed. But no. Then I saw this ridiculous Chinese design. I thought, oh no, I have to refit this. I can't allow this thing to exist. It's too stupid. So, I can't believe I had to rebuild the last light cruiser because I messed up and forgot to save it. So, here is whatever this abomination is. It's got some pancake guns on top. This is why I don't like capturing Chinese ships. They're bad. These like early coastal patrol boat designs, they're awful. Oh my goodness. So it's got these single 6-inch guns, 2 of them. It's got 4-inch gun casemates, 4-inch gun turrets. Or no, these are 5.5s, 5.2s. There's a 4.5 turret. It's got a whole bunch of 3.2-inch casemates. A bunch of these 4-inch guns here. And it's got a bunch of underwater torpedo tubes. It's got mines that we don't want to use. This thing's going to be awful. And when we hit the refit button, it's just going to... It's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was just going to totally screw up. It'll let me put stuff on top. You know what? I can work with this. Alright, how the hell are we gonna do this? So, first off, minimum crew, we're gonna make it big, and can we make this thing go 21 knots? No, not even close. Maybe we can if we... Let's try harder. We're gonna will it into existence. Get rid of that compound armor. Get rid of all these torpedoes. I mean, I think what we're gonna do... Minimal rear tower. You know, we're just gonna wipe it clean. Boom. It's gonna be a longer refit time this way, but yeah, we're just gonna wipe it clean. But this way it'll be... I think it'll be easier. 21 knots, maximum bulkheads. We'll drop the range for now. Alright, so we need a tower. What's the spottiest tower that we have? We have a mast tower with 1950. It's 1250. I think it's going to be this 1950 mast tower, which I don't know how much I trust this. We'll just stick it here for now, and we'll figure out what to do with it in a bit. We need to have some funnels. A thick funnel. I mean, that's not nearly as awful as I thought. It probably would have been better if I just kept it from the beginning and reset it. We might do that just to save on the time, but no, I think it's all right. So we're going to go with a 6-inch gun. And it won't let me put it this far forward. How did you guys get the gun up there in the first place? That was sort of impressive. Alright, so we're gonna have to change something, because I don't know how you got that up there. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go start from the beginning on this ship, because there's something I'm missing. And I mean, there's only just this one ship. So we're going to rework this. Instead of doing a wipe it clean and start fresh, we're gonna actually try to modify it up. So let's start by taking off the stuff we don't need. We don't need these underwater torpedoes. And we don't need any of these casemate guns. And we don't need these rear turrets. Or these things. Alright, oops. Alright, did I miss anything? Let's see here. What do we... Alright, so... how are we going to... Now, as far as these guns go, I do want them to be long. Oh, and this is going to be problematic, because these can't see anything. They have a very limited field of fire. So that's the first problem we have to solve. We've got a lot of problems we have to solve, actually. This is going to be a retarded design that we have to fix. Alright, so... let's just kind of work our way through it. Go maximum bulkheads, 21 knots, drop the range. Alright, so if we're going to make this work, it's got to be on a barbette. Otherwise, it can't. Otherwise, it can't do anything. Now, if we do that, then all of a sudden, this gun's viable. What we could also do is we could put this front guy on a barbette, or we could even do a dual barbette like this. I think let's start with just a single, because it's going to be very front heavy. Well, I don't know, let's see. Can we put a barbette in the middle? No, we cannot. So these can only have small guns. We're gonna have big guns on the side, but we could put like little guns on here. Okay, so that's good to know. So, as far as main guns go, if we want to have a good field of fire, we could do a dual barbette like this. And that would be pretty useful. That's a lot of forward weight. Now the problem though is that we're stuck with this little crappy tower. Enhanced small tower 2, and that's not very good. So we want ideally, ideally this bigger tower, which means we need, let's put that there. We'll put the 6-inch gun there, and then we can take you off and go. Actually, can we put the funnels in the middle? No, we cannot. That's unfortunate. We could put barbettes like that. And that would help with some of the weight offset. This is actually not as bad as I thought it would be, because we can fit those 3 guns on. You make the gun longer. We'll lower the armor for now. So, this isn't completely awful. Now, I wonder how far forward we can make that. So that can go up to this far forward. Now I could try a smaller main tower. No, that's going to still be pretty big regardless. That's 1950, 1750, 1500, 8. So 1250 for the enhanced small tower. Now the nice thing about this one, it's small. It's a 2.8 accuracy versus a 4.3. I mean, that's a lot better accuracy. If I go with the enhanced small tower, I could put, well, then I have to put the engines up front, and that's going to be really awkward. And I can't put the main tower in behind the funnel. Now I could always try to it's a thick funnel 2. If we went with a thick funnel 3, if we were to put you guys in the back, actually, you know what might be, here's something interesting. What if I put a barbette here with a gun? And then we need our main tower. I'm not sure having this much is a great idea. Well, it sort of works. We are doing the 21 knots. As far as the secondary tower goes, we go for the small watchtower. Just put it right there. Now this won't have really good spotting range, and the accuracy's not 2.8 accuracy as opposed to well, that's a 2 accuracy for main tower. So that's a 4.3 versus a 2.8. So it's not great, right? It's not great. But this gives us a lot of 6-inch guns on a stupid design that shouldn't have 6-inch guns. Because we can't put this in the middle anywhere, so it's going back there. And then as far as this tower goes, this enhanced small tower. That's about the best tower we're going to get for anything that's... It's like any of these mass towers are going to be big. You know, minimal tower, it's going to be 1150. I mean, that's really the best one. Other than going with something big like this. And he's not going to be operating alone, so other people can do the spotting. I mean, if I go with this guy here, then I've got to sacrifice... I don't have enough room. And if we want to have a stupid amount of guns, which we do, because we're stupid, this is maybe the best way we can do it. This is sort of a stupid amount of guns. It's only going 21 knots. I might be able to go faster. Oh, we could chunk up the drought. I forgot to do that. This has surprisingly good fields of fire, actually. The engine efficiency kind of stinks. But it's not awful. It just kind of stinks. Now we do need main belt armor. Go 2-inch deck, which is okay-ish. Oh, our forebelt and aft belt are totally messed up. So let's go 2-inch on each of those. 1-inch on our fore and aft deck. And that does throw things off a little bit. Let's have a 2-inch, so we can kind of do that. There we go, 6 inches. That's a work in progress. Now what we could also do is we also put down some secondary guns. Our good old 2.9s. Oh goodness, we can do these. So these are fixed positions that we can have them there. 10. Alright, so let's go with 5 inches on that. So we do need to drop a little bit of forward weight. We go 1 inch of superstructure, and Let's drop the inner deck. Because we don't have it. We don't have the weight. Now what we could do is... So we could put some smaller guns on the sides, but I don't think we have the... Well, we could. We could do these 4-inch guns here if we want to do some turrets. It won't let us do the secondary guns, will it? No, it won't. So we do something like that. But I don't know if these extra 4-inch... I don't know if this really adds to it. You know, I mean, it's some weight, but it's not really... It's adding 90 tons that we really can't afford. So... I'd love to put some little weird guns on here. Actually, you know what we could do? Well, this is just a tiny amount of... We could pepper the sides with these things. But we're going to go overweight so fast. And these have such a small field of fire, it's not really worth it. It would almost be better to go ahead and put on the 4-inch guns and just be like, screw you guys. We do something like that. And then... if I scooch this gun back, he still has good field of fire. Now I've got way too much aft weight. Whoops. Can we put another set of 4-inch guns up here? That adds a lot of weight that we can't really afford. But we could drop the... Yeah, I don't think we have that weight to drop yet. I don't think we do. So... And then can we take you and scooch you forward? That's a lot of forward weight, isn't it? Wow, that makes a huge difference. That makes a really big difference. How are we gonna resolve that? I mean, I know it's just a small little detail, but it's kind of a matter of personal pride. I'd love to add another 4-inch gun. Oh, I can. Oh, that's interesting. I can scooch these around. So I could put it right over here. I can't go further back. Can I move secondary guns? No, it won't let me, it won't let me do anything like that. Alright, so I can take these 4-inch guns, and we can scooch them back a little bit. And now it's perfectly balanced just by scooching it a little bit. I'd love to squeeze on another 4-inch gun, but I don't. I don't know if I can do that. Because that would add a bunch of weight that I'd have to get rid of somewhere, and I don't know where I could get rid of it at. So we're going to leave it like this. And then we can increase the main deck. And that's perfect. There we go. We took this stupid Chinese ship and we turned it into something that's still stupid, but has a lot of guns. 5 6-inch guns in a pretty stupid configuration, but it works. Don't have a lot of conning tower, but that's alright. Alright, let's go save this and build it. There we go. This is, I think, the last of my light cruisers I have to refit, so I saved the stupidest for last. I hope you guys enjoy these refit videos. You know, building out the ships is one of my favorite things to do in this game. And anyway, I hope you guys like what I'm doing. So subscribe to the channel, share with your friends, tell them. And I will catch you guys next time. Thank you and goodbye. Alright, so alright, Lorenzo's gonna shit kittens when he sees all the dumb shit that I built tonight. It's gonna be glorious. Alright, so let's go get you refitted. Alright, what else do I have? I have the torpedo boats I've already done. All I have left is a destroyer, I think. All I have left is this destroyer. A single destroyer. The Dykesanu. Yeah, because I haven't rebuilt the destroyer yet. What do you think? Should I bother recording a separate video for rebuilding a destroyer, or just like fuck it because it's just a destroyer?
Gotta complete the series.
Alright, we'll do it. Alright, so it looks like I forgot to refit this destroyer, so we're going to do a destroyer. I like destroyers okay. I don't use them very much because most everything you can do with a destroyer you can do better with a light cruiser, but destroyers are good for minesweeping. So we are going to refit this Chinese Dykes-a-Goo destroyer, because I don't think we have any French destroyers. Nope, that's the only destroyer we have. Oh, wait, we already refitted it previously. Never mind, I'm dumb. So, we're going to throw that one out. Yeah, I refitted it last night, so... Alright, well, I think that's the stream for tonight. I mean, I'm not really going to be fighting anything. I was mostly just rebuilding all the ships. And now I've rebuilt all the ships. So, I'm going to start wrapping up and getting ready for bed because it is much later than I thought it would be. I didn't plan to stream for this long. But, anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you had fun. And
Have a good day, Bob.
thank you. Yeah, I will save everybody. Save everybody. I will save the game, and I will see everybody later.
Good dreams.
It's one of those days. I'll upload these videos maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll set them up to be scheduled releases. I don't know. Because I could schedule these to be uploaded throughout the day. We'll see how I feel. So, alright, you guys are great. Thanks for hanging out and keeping me company. And, I will see everybody tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.